Good day, everybody, and welcome back. 'Tis episode 18 of the playthrough. With 641 solved, we have breached the castle walls. It was a long and arduous battle, but we did it. And we are through. And now 3 beacons beckon. I think I didn't even check. I didn't even sneak peek what they are. They are Inequality. The tip points toward the smaller region. That's a Sudoku classic. Watch Tower. Count how many regions are touching the clue. Another Sudoku classic. Well, not as much, but somewhat. With numbers. Shape Bank and Bricky. There cannot be a point where 4 borders meet. Whoa. What? Damn. That seems tricky. Bricky seems tricky. Well, let's just wow, this one is precariously at the edge. Look at that. Let's start with Inequality. So we know that this has to be a 5. Sorry, so we know this has to be a 5, so it has to get out. We know this is 2 plus, and once it goes here, it's 3 plus. Goes here, 4 plus. Goes here, 5 plus. And it has to be 5 now, because it's out of space. You may find the note-taking tool especially useful with these puzzles. Yeah, so this is at the lowest it's 1, so this at the lowest is 2, 3, 4, 5, so this is minimum 5. And it's different from all of these have to be different, so this is now forced 1, forced. Well, forced 1 doesn't mean anything about the rest yet. This is now forced 3, so this is forced 2. This can only be 4, cannot be higher, and we're done. Okay, so this is 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus. Same here. This is now 3 plus, so 4 plus 5 plus. This is now forced 3. Forced 3. These connected, so they're 5 plus, and they are 5. Oh wait, sorry, I didn't see this was pointing in the other way. Sorry. So we don't know anything about that. We do know this though, and so these are 5 plus, so this is 6 plus. And 6 plus cannot touch that, so this happens. Alright, so This is 2 plus, 3 plus, 4 plus. So these are separate, as are those. uh 1, 2, 3, 4. So what disambiguates the puzzle then? Maybe if this is 3, this... No. Oh, I see. Right, right. Because this is 4, this is forced to be 3. Because this can't be 4. And it can't be 2. So it is forced to be 3. And this now has to be a number. This is at the least 1. So when two numbers are already minimal, the number in between them is forced, obviously. So this has to be a 2. And now this has to be a 1. And so all the other hanging tiles are 1s as well. Because they had forced borders around them. Inequality. So these could be the same. If they are, then it would have to be this. Here, we can't, both sides can't join, because then we're saying both areas are less than or greater than the other. So if two join here, the other has to not join, but we cannot do that variation like this, because then we're saying 1 is greater than 2 plus. So if we do join 2 and create a border on the other side, it would have to be like this. Or we can't... Oh, and we have to actually do that because we can't create a border twice. So therefore it has to be this. And this is now minimum 2, so this is minimum 3. So it is 3, so this is 2. And now the same idea repeats, or does it repeat here? No, it doesn't, because this time the greater than sign is not at the edge, but I think it repeats. So it repeats. Ugh, dude, what? Why did I don't like that? I wasn't done. I was just showing something. I wanted to show that the same idea repeats here. We cannot have both of these borders, but we also cannot have neither of these borders. So we must have one border and one non-border, and we cannot have that like this, because then we're saying 2 plus is less than 1. So we must have the border here and not here. And then 1, 2, this is minimum 3, so it is 3. And we're saying 3 is less than something. Can only be 4. 4 plus. Alright. Shape bank inequality. So now inequality is talking about, or can be translated to, an idea about what shape banks are possible. So this is 3 plus. This is minimum 2. Whenever there's a sequence of 3 of more than one inequality sign, we know that we have a sequence of different values. And so here we are, because only 3 values are possible, we are forced to do this. And here, there are 2 values possible. So here we can't have a maximum tile, a maximum value. We can't have the 5. here because nothing is larger than it. So this is 3 or lower, this is 3 or higher. Same idea here, 3 or lower, 3 or higher, 3 or lower, 3 or higher. Okay, so here we can get started because we know exactly what these are. This must expand. And it cannot go this way because then the 5 cannot exist. So it must go this way. And the 5, in fact, cannot go south here. So it must do this. And it cannot go north because this is 3 or lower. So it must go south. These 3 tiles cannot use size 2. Because there aren't enough tiles, or there are too many tiles. So they must be this. Here, this tile cannot be a 2 because this tile is 3 plus. But this tile must expand because the lowest region is 2. So dead ends must expand. And now it can't be 3, so it must be 5. And this must be 2. Because this is 3 plus, it must expand. And we can see it cannot be a 5. And so it is a 3, and so these are 2s. Similarly, this cannot be a 5. Not enough space. So it is a 3, and this is a 2. Dead ends must expand. It has hit a 2, so it's done. Dead ends must expand. Oh. Alright, this is a 3 that cannot join with this, and it has only access to 3 tiles, so it has to grab them. And we're done. There's another puzzle down there. I can see the beacon of light. Oh, have we seen this shape bank option before? I'm not sure. So we have 3s and 3, 6, 9s. 3s and 9s, so we know the composition of these. Okay. So the 9 has 2 dead ends. One of the dead ends, once it takes a step, it does an orthogonal 1/3, and then it does an orthogonal 1/4. It cannot be that one, so it has to be the dead end that does a 1/3, 1/4, 1/3, 1/1. Then here I believe the only option is this, or are there other options? Oh, this is also an option. So let's not use pattern recognition anyway. Let us instead look at this, perhaps. So this one cannot have its 3x4 bounding box vertically. Or no, it can. No, it can't. It can't because the 3x4 or 4x3 bounding box of this shape visits every corner of the bounding box. So if we want this to be vertical, either we do this, and the problem with that is that this 3... Oh no, but the 3 could be like that, so we can do this, no? Yeah, we can. Never mind. Sorry. Oh, but wait. Sorry, it can't be horizontal, right? Because it can't be this, obviously. Because of this tile, for instance. And it can't be this. Because of the void tile, because of the border. So it's not horizontal, so it must be vertical. So it's either this or this. And it's not that because of the border. Because along the shorter edge, all three tiles are visited. So it must be this. So the bounding box for this tile is here. And there's exactly one tile along the outline that it doesn't visit, which is here. So it visits the rest. So this happens. And now here, this needs exactly the 3x4 bounding box remaining. So it picks those up. It needs one of the two sides where it visits the 1x4, which has to be this side. And then on the other side, we need to pick which tile it doesn't visit. It cannot visit this anyway, so it has to be like that. And now here we have 12 tiles remaining, which technically could be 4 size 3 regions. But it actually cannot because of the borders that are drawn in, right? Or no, wait. Am I wrong about that? Oh no, I am wrong, sorry. In fact, yeah, sorry. So here is what we do know. What we do know is that if we try to solve the 12 using a 9 and a 3, well, we know that in this 3x4 bounding box area, the only way a 9 and a 3 are compatible is if the 3 takes the 2 central squares and then takes one of the 1x4 squares. But this 3 cannot do that. Therefore, this area is not solvable using a 9 and a 3. So the only other option in the 12 factorization that is compatible with these shape banks is 4 times 3. So we need 4 size 3 regions. Whatever color this is will not be able to show up here. So we already have 3 different ones. And yellow cannot go west because then this tile will be isolated. So it must go east. And similarly, blue cannot go west, for this tile would be isolated. So it must go north. This tile is now isolated and must be picked up. This tile has to expand. And we're done. Let me know if the audio is laggy, because it feels laggy to me, and that is because of the setup I'm using. For some reason in Elgato Wave, or Wavelink, in the Wavelink software that I'm using, if I route the game audio into the Wavelink mixer, well, then for some reason it sounds laggy like this. The benefit of doing that is that you get to control what the streaming or recording software hears, instead of needing to just let it hear all the system audio, which, you know, can mean that if I get some errant notifications or something like on Discord, then it will leak through. But instead I get this sort of audio glitches. So maybe I'll go back to the previous setup. I mean, I could do that right now, one sec. Alright. Maybe it's better. We will see. One sec. I don't know. I hope things are not laggy. I mean, OBS says I'm not dropping frames, so let's continue. I've changed the audio back to just be direct. Range 2 to 5 inequality. So this is minimum 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. This goes here. So this is 3, this is minimum 4, this is minimum 5. But if this is minimum 5 and it has hit the maximum, it's locked in. And once this is locked in, then whenever the minimum gets locked in, all the previous minimums get locked in because they couldn't be larger. So this is locked in, this is locked in, this is locked in. This can still be, once we reach the end of a chain, we can then draw in the maximum and propagate it back. Man, my cursor feels so laggy. It's like I'm trying to drag it through mud, through a swamp. And so like I keep drawing long, extended lines because there's like this delay and whatever. Let's just play. So this is locked 3, locked 2, locked 4. This now has to join with that, so it becomes a locked 4. So that's a locked 3, locked 2. These cannot connect, this has to get out, cannot connect, cannot connect. It locks this as a 3, so this gets locked as a 2. That end has to expand, cannot join here, and we're done. Range 3 to 5, so 3, 4, 5 locked. 3, 4, 5 locked. Oh god, dude, this area is gonna be a pain with this cursor lag. Whatever. 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. These can join. Oh, there's one more. Oh, dude, this is just. If this joins here, it still can't join there, so it must always visit this tile. If it doesn't, it runs out of space. So what? This cannot avoid picking one of these two up, but not necessarily both. Or no, necessarily both, because look, this red cannot go through purple, because it can go through this, and if it goes here, it will cut this off. So red, therefore, It must go through this tile no matter what. If it tries not to, it will either cut 3 off or itself. So it must go through here, which locks this as a 4, which locks this as a 3. Now this cannot join that. They're incompatible. So this border is not allowed. So we must expand. This has to join either teal or green. Teal doesn't necessarily need to take that tile. We can draw this border. Red doesn't have to get out. So what am I missing then? This can still be a 4 or a 5. If it's a 4, it joins red. If it's a 5, it joins teal. So anything is still possible. And it doesn't always have to grab that tile, because it could join 4 and get out and leave that tile for either the 5 or the 3. I don't think there is arithmetic to be done on the remaining tiles of the board. I think it's still too loose for that. Like, we still have 19 tiles to accommodate. I mean, okay, let's see. This has to pick up 1. If these are max, then they're 9, so that's 10. If that's max, then it's 14. And this would have to go that way, so 15. This would have to go that way, so 17. And this would need 20. Oh. So all we know is that not all 3 of these can be maximum. But 2 of them I think still can be, because 1 plus 3 is 4. Wait, hang on. Wait, look, so if this goes this way, then this doesn't have to. And so it doesn't have to grab anything from the board. But if this goes this way, this has to grab 2. This has to grab 1. So in the variation where this picks that up, we do limit the board a little bit. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We grab 7 out of 19. And so 12 remain for these 3. Which means they would not be able... No, they could still be max. 4, 5, or at least these 2 could still be max. 4, 5, 3. On the other hand, if we draw this border, then this has to get out by 2. And then one of these has to get out by 1, because they are 7 and they have 6 tiles. So one of them has to get out. And in this case, out of the 19, we've only taken 2 plus 5 is 7, so 12 remain. So in that case, 12 remains as well. So it looks like 12 will always remain. So all we know is that all 3 are not max, but these 2 could still be max, and that can be a 3. But like, this is a difficulty 2 puzzle, so why do I have to think this way? Why isn't the solution just clear and obvious and we can move on with our lives? What am I missing? We know this doesn't connect here. Oh, here's what I'm missing. This is not a 5. In fact, maybe I also didn't write a 5, and my handwriting is just trash because the cursor is laggy. I wrote a 3, not a 5. That is so frustrating. I'm sitting here looking at an impossible puzzle, or at least a possible one, just much harder, for no reason. Not that I have anything against hard puzzles, but like, let's not waste time, shall we? And I mean, I only have myself to blame for not writing clearly. Dead ends must expand. These can still join. In fact, maybe we run out of tiles otherwise. We know these two are different regions. And they are both different from this because they're both too far. So this is at least size 4. And it must pick this up because it's isolated. So this happens. Now this can't join blue, so it must join yellow. So it is 4, so this is 5. 5 can't go there, must go here, and so that must be red. Okay, this was really frustrating, so from now on I just have to accept that the cursor is laggy and just make sure to write clearly regardless. Boxy inequality. So in boxy, we have 1 by 1, 1 by 2. We have 1 by everything, obviously, but which ones have more than one option? That only starts from size 4. Size 4 is the first one that can have 2, because it can be 1 by 4, 2 by 2. The next one is, how many do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we have to go up to 7 at least. 5. Wait, but no, I don't have to do that because this is all one sequence. So it doesn't matter if a particular shape can have multiple ways of being formed. We will look at that, but the numbers here might be forced because how many tiles do we have? 40. So the sum 1 to 7 versus 2 to 8 is what? 1 to 7 is what? Is it 21, I think? I think it's 21, right? Because 1 to 3 is 6, plus 4 is 10, plus 5 is 9, plus 5 is 15, plus 6 is 21. So add 8, subtract 1 is 28. What? But we have 40 tiles. So that tells us nothing so far. 3 to 9. Add 9, subtract 2. 26 plus 9 is 35. So that's still possible. 4 to 10. Add 10, subtract 3. 32 plus 10. 42. Okay, so that's not possible. So we live in this world. So the minimum is 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me just make sure the things point in the right way. 4, 5, 6, 7, and the maximum is 9. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Alright, this is always... Oh no, it's not always prime. It could be 6. Okay, none of them are always prime. In fact, using just a range, you can never force something to always be prime, because unless it's one singular number, it will always see an even number, and then any even number is not prime. Except the second one. The second could be 2 to 3, which is always prime. So that's the only possible tile ever in any sequence that can be forced to always be prime, is if it has a range of 2 leeway, and it's specifically 2 to 3. The reason why I wanted to check if any are forced to be prime is to see if any is forced to be a 1 by x, but actually this one is, because it cannot join that. So it is a 1 by x, at least a 1 by 4, and therefore it is a 1 by 4. So this is forced 4, which is the minimum, so everything beneath it is forced to be minimal. So 1, 2, 3. Three can be horizontal or vertical, except it can't be horizontal because this would force to be 1 by x, and it can't be anything larger than 1 by 3, so it is vertical. Okay, and now this can be 1 by x still, so it's a 2 by something, which has to be even, and the only even number this sees is 6. Because the largest thing this can be is 2 by 3, so it's not 1 by x, and it's not 3 by x, so it's specifically 2 by x, which is even, and the only even number was 6. So it's exactly this. Same thing happens here. It's not 1 by x, and it's not 3 by x, so it's 2 by x, so it's 6 or 8. But it's not 6. This is 7 or 8. 8 then. And since that's 8, this is at least 9. No. We know it can't be 10, because we saw that... No, but that was stupid. This was stupid, because it can be 1 to 10. Or like it can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Right? Yeah, dude. This was bad. No, dude. My whole solution is wrong. I mean, the logic of it is completely wrong. Like, I can't just say 1 to 7 is 21, and then that only proves the lower bound, not the upper bound. What I'm saying here is, what if I removed... What if, like here, these sequences only prove the largest value the lower bound can be. And all we proved is that the largest value the lower bound can be is 3, because if it was 4, 4 to 10 was... what was it? 42. All we have proved is that if this is 4, forcing all the rest to be 10, then that's too many. Too large. Because we only have access to 40 tiles. So I can't just say, oh, therefore it's not this, therefore the largest value this can be is 10. No, that's wrong, because we could still go 1 to 7, or 1 to 6, and then have this be larger than 7. Because 1 to 6 is 14. And if we do that, this can still be, let's say, 9, or 12, or whatever. Well, we can see it can be 9 at most, but whatever. So everything I did is wrong. Logically speaking, it's probably gonna still end up being the same thing. as in my previous solution, but the way I got there was wrong, so let's just reset. All we know is that this is maximum 4. There's nothing else we know. And of course we know that these are minimum larger by 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those are just the lower bounds. And then we know these can't join. We know this is a 1 by x. It has to be exactly 4. So once that locks in, it locks in the ones below it, because this was locked in as minimum. So everything below it has to be locked in as minimum. And again, this can't be horizontal because this can't exist, so it's vertical. But this still can't be 1 by x. So it's 2 by something. It can't be 2 by 2, so it must be 2 by 3. So now this is minimum 7, this is minimum 8. This again can't be a 1 by x, so it's a 2 by x. And the smallest 2 by x it can be is 8. And that is the largest it can be 2 because of the geometry. So it's 2 by 4 is 8. So this is now at least 9. It cannot be a 1 by x. It cannot be a 2 by x because the largest 2 by x is 2 by 3 is 6. So it's at least a 3 by 3, which is the largest it can be. Okay. Non-boxy inequality. One, 2, 3, 4 is the minimum. 1, 2. We can't draw this or this though, because these are just minimum values. They don't really tell us too much. But this is a useful minimum value because it can't be a 1 by... Sorry, we're not in boxy anymore, never mind. We're in non-boxy. So non-boxy is salvation seeking. So... what do we do here? Well, this has to either go here, or both. And... oh, sorry. Ugh. Dude, delete the whole thing. Non-boxy. Minimum size 3. Okay. We have access to 9 tiles, so it could be a 6 and a 3. Here. These two regions cannot be separate. We cannot draw this. Because then 1 tile remains. Oh no, we can, because one of them could be a 5. Sorry. Sorry. In fact, look, we... Yeah, look, there's at least 2 regions. No, but these could still be the same, and then the last region can be whatever. So we don't know anything there. But here... Here, either these are the same region, except doesn't the puzzle break then? Yes, it does, because look. If these are the same region, then this is larger than the minimum. The minimum here is 6. So this would have to be 7. And then this border has to exist. Because this is smaller than this. And this is larger than this. So these cannot be the same. So now we would break because this is minimum 3 and this is minimum 7. That needs at least 10. So that means we cannot, in fact, join here. So these are separate, but now this is minimum 6, this is minimum 3, and those minimums already use up the available tiles, so they are confirmed. And once this is a confirmed minimum, everything below it is a confirmed minimum. And therefore these cannot be together because this cannot be that small. And this must seek salvation. And this now happens. Then let's see. So if these join, then these cannot, because if these joined as well, then this is a problem. These two symbols. So either there are borders in both or in exactly one. We cannot have 0 borders here. Okay. So what? Ah, there's something else we know. If these join... Sorry, if these don't join, this has to be a 5. And if these join, this has to be a 4. So this is a 4 or a 5. That is confirmed. And because it's a maximum of 5, this is confirmed maximum of 4. So these cannot join. We know that. But if they cannot join, their minimums are 5, 3, which use up at least 8 tiles of the board, which means only 2 regions can exist here because there's no room for a third. And these two have to use up all those tiles. That's guaranteed 5, so not 4 tiles remain that this has to use up, so it is guaranteed 4. And this is guaranteed 5. So these cannot join. There are only 2 tiles in this region, which this has to pick up. So this happens. And now we cannot draw this because only 2 regions exist here and the 5 can't reach there without cutting the 4 off, so 4 picks it up. Same thing here, the 5 cannot pick that up without cutting the 4 off, so 4 picks that up. Also we're in non-boxy, so 4 cannot pick this up now, so this happens. Done. That was a kind of a tricky puzzle. Stuff over here. Inequality, delta, Gemini, area number. Alright, well, this is at 1 or a 2. This is 4 plus. And therefore this is 4 plus. Therefore this is maximum of 3. All right. So this has to get out. This can't join. Has to get out. This goes there. This goes here. This now... I don't know what this delta does. I didn't use it, and it's already disproven. This is 4 or higher. This still has to get out. It cannot join here. This also cannot join here. So this is now 1. And... oh, and these have to mirror each other, so they cannot be the same region. But if this cuts this one off, then this would have to expand, and now pink cannot have an SZ inside of it, so this must happen, and this must happen. And this is at least a 4, and it can't pick that up, so it is exactly those 4. Okay. Range 2 to 4, mismatch inequality. Okay. So this is 2 to 3, this is 3 to 4. This is 2, 3, 4 exactly. And this is again 2 to 3 and 3 to 4. Then these cannot join. Now there is only 1, 2 possible. There are 2, 3s possible. There are 6, 4s possible. And the 1, 2 is here. So this can't be 2. Neither can that. But there are only 2, 3s possible. So what is this? Well, that means that one of these, 2 of these 3 have to join, and only these can. Which means that my earlier logic was wrong too. The only way I could say that is by saying none of these 3 tiles can join, or rather, this confirmed 2 cannot join this or this. That is why these can't be a 2. I should have mentioned that. And now, so these are guaranteed based on the range inequality limits, but now because of mismatch, we know that only 2 3s are possible, and therefore 3 3s are not possible, so 2 of the 3s at least have to join, or all 3. Clearly all 3 cannot join. Clearly this can't join any, but these could join, so they must. And now this has to be a 1 by 3, which at least has to expand there. And all 2s and 3s are exhausted. So any tile that is not these 2 tiles has to be a part of a 4. This, as a part of a 4, has to join here. This, as a part of a 4, has to at least go this far. This, as a part of a 4, cannot join red. Has to at least go this far. This is a 1 by 4 or an LJ. This is also a 1x4 or an LJ. So we have 1x4 and LJ done. This can be neither. So we cannot draw this, or else it has to be an LJ. So we must pick this up and do this. This now has to be LJ because it can't be a 1x4. This is SZ and that's 2x2. Range 3-5 mismatch inequality. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 5. These are all locked. 3, 4, 5, 4 or 3, but it's a sequence, so these are all locked as well. Okay. And mismatch. So again, 2 3s are possible, 6 4s are possible, and we have learned yesterday that 12 5s are possible. There are 12 pentominoes. So, again, there are 4 3s, so we can only have 2 3s. So these 4 3s have to join 2 groups, or all be part of the same, but they can't all be the part of the same because the most 3 3s can be in one group. So they have to force exactly 2 groups, which means in these 4 3s we already see the 1x3 somewhere and the triangle somewhere. Every 3, no, not every 3 has to join a group, because we could have a group of 3 3s, but looking at the geometry we cannot have a group of 3 3s. Therefore every 3 must join another 3, and this 3 can only join this, and this 3 can only join this, so that is forced. Now this has to get out, so does that, and now this is forced. This is forced. And this always has to go there, and therefore pick these up. This can't be a 3 anymore, it has to at least be 4. But it could also be a 5, maybe. We have a T already, so that can be a T. Let's look at what happens if these are separate 5s. Then we would take up. This takes 1 more, this takes 5, which leaves us with 3 tiles. The 4 takes 2 of them, which leaves us with 1 tile, which this can take. So it is possible for these 5s to be separate. Now let's look at what happens if they're not separate. Then that's done. This dead end would have to take at least 3. The 4 would take 2 more, and then we would have 3 tiles left to distribute either... Oh, no. Sorry. The 3s are no longer possible. This dead end would have to grow at least to be a 4. The 4 would take 2. And then we have 2 tiles left to distribute between... They cannot be a new region. We have 2 tiles to distribute between 2 regions that can each grow to be a 5. So that seems possible too. It would be like this and like that. But it would cause this to repeat a shape. So I have reached the proof by contradiction solution, which is that the 5s are separate, but like, I don't like that solution. Well, okay, wait. Let's just do something else. Clearly the 4 cannot go here. Because now even if the 5s don't join, it's already broken, obviously, because this can only see 4 tiles. And if the 5s join, this has to form a new group, because the 4 cannot pick it all up. The 5 can't pick it up. But it can't form a group anymore, because 3 are too few. So the 4 cannot go there. The 4 cannot be a T-shape, which means it cannot take both of these. Which means it can only take one of them. So it either takes this and that, or it takes this and that, or it takes this and this. It cannot take these two, because here, if the 5s don't join, there's no room, and if the 5s do join, then another LJ repeats. So the 4 cannot go there, which means that either it goes north and then west, or it goes west and then north. So it always ends up there. And then oh, sorry, this is at least size 4. Then what? Well, if the 4 doesn't go here, then this is a new region that has to grow to at least be size 4. And then either it's this 5, which is not possible because we don't have the right number of tiles, or it's not that 5, and then again we don't have the right number of tiles. So therefore this has to be the 4. And then this has to join here. And now we have 6 tiles, which this picks up at most 1 of. So we have 5 tiles left, and those 5 tiles cannot form 2 groups. They can only form 1 group. So either this happens, and then we have to repeat the 5's shape. So we cannot do that. So we must do this. Yeah, I don't know. That felt like a really brute force solution to me. Maybe I missed something. Tipping the scales. Restore the inequality window. Oh, that's some cool art. Nice. Alright, let me take a break. Alright, I didn't just end up taking a break. I actually didn't even continue playing the game the same day, so... yeah, I was a bit burnt out after the 7-hour video or whatever it was. Which was the previous video from this, so it's fine. Took a nice long day break. Let's jump back in. So last thing we did was we completed the inequality window. We still need to, of course, metallicize it and gild it. So let us continue. Oh, also, there is an update. There has been an update which improves a lot of improvements with the video, you know, the graphics requirements of the game, especially on low settings. So that's pretty cool. I'm not sure. I mean, it probably affects me as well. Like, the game does feel smoother for me, even though I'm on max settings. Though also, maybe on some days when I'm recording, there's other stuff clogging my PC, because maybe I don't always make sure that all other stuff is closed and everything, you know? So that RAM and graphics can just focus on the game and the recording. But anyway, all I can say is that it does feel smooth right now. I know there were some days where it felt pretty laggy. Right now it's really good, so that's nice. And apart from that, language updates and what else worth mentioning? A lot of stuff, bug fixes and such. And they also say they've increased the drawable area for note-taking. And they have more things coming. Increased area for note-taking, really? Here? That's cool. I guess it used to fade out sooner, right? So that's nice. Yeah, this does feel wider down here, and I guess up here as well, maybe here. Anyway, that's cool. So, let's continue. Area number, inequality, delta, Gemini. Okay, only 1 is less than 2. And... one, 2. The 2 gets copied as a minimum. So this is 2 to 4, so this is 2 to 4, so this is 1 to 3. This is 3 plus, but it gets copied here, so it is 3. So this is 4. So this is 4. Here, this is 1, 2, 4. This is 1 to something. This is 2 to something. These have to be different, but that doesn't tell us much. 1, 2. Alright, we should be able to get started on the solve, I think. So that's 4. These are different. Oh, this is guaranteed 1. These have to be the same shape, and this can only be a 1x3. This is at least 2, and it can be larger, but it's 2 to 3. Because it can't... This has to take one of those, so this is 2 to 3. So this is 1 to 2. Let's see. This has to get out, this has to get out, this gets out. This is at least 2, and now the Gemini copies it over, so this is 2 plus as well. This delta seems to be doing nothing, because we know this is not a 1 because of this inequality, so I don't know why this delta is here. This is now forced 1, so this cannot be 1, so it's 2 plus, so this is 3 plus, so this is 3 plus. These are different. These have to be the same shape, so 3 doesn't work, so they're 4 plus. And I shouldn't write in the dash, because the dash is confusing perhaps. I'll just adopt the idea that if it's not circled, then it's not final. And if it's a single number, then it's the minimum. And if the maximum is known, then I'll just do... Yeah, maybe in general, instead of the dash, I should use a squiggle. Because I might sometimes want to say 2 minus to mean 2 or lower. But actually, no, if I want to say 2 minus, I should just do squiggle 2. Anyway, we'll figure it out. So this is at least 4 due to the Gemini, because it couldn't be 3, because they would be different shapes. This is now guaranteed to... Again, this delta, did it do anything? I think it did do something earlier. It said this couldn't be a 1. Push this to 2 and push this to 3. So this delta did do something. And now this couldn't be 5 because the Gemini would break, so it's this. And now we have 8 tiles left, and at least 7 of them are used up by these given area numbers. And so there has to be a 1 by 1 somewhere. And the thing is that this area here cannot include both blue and red because blue can't reach. So we have to introduce a new color here somewhere. And because blue is not a part of this area, and because we only have 1 leftover tile, and because red cannot pick both of these up, we must introduce a new color here. And because we only have 1 tile left over, that new color has to be region size 1. And the only place that can go in between these two is here. So we know that's size 1. And we know that now we have 7 tiles left, so 5 and 2 pick all of those up. 2 only sees these tiles, so all the other tiles have to be part of the 5, therefore this has to be a part of the 5 to pick this tile up. Very good. This is 7 plus, and so is this. So when this gets out, it can't join the 7. Now, this needs 3 more, this needs 2 more. That's 5 more, we have 6 more. I didn't read the rules, my bad, that's a misplay. There's a Gemini which will help us, but we know that they can be larger, by the way. Can they be 8? So this needs 2 more, this needs 3 more. That's 5 more out of 6. If they were both 8, then they would need 7 more. So that's no good. So they are exactly size 7. And now it's a question of how can we satisfy the Gemini? Well, we know that they will need a dead end that's a 1 by 3 and a dead end that's a 1 by 2. So purple still needs a 1 by 3 dead end somewhere, and it could technically fit it vertically here, but then it would get cut off. So the only place purple can fit a 1 by 3 dead end, either it's a part of this, but in that case, the way that dead end works is that the first 2 cells have, like, it has to be this, right? The first 2 cells have that border. So it couldn't be a 1 by 3 emanating from here. I mean this specific 1 by 3, I'm looking for that 1 by 3 in purple. So that cannot be here, and it cannot be vertical. It must be horizontal somewhere. It also cannot be this, because, like these 3, because blue gets cut off again. So the only other place where a 1 by 3 can fit for purple is here, and that actually finishes it. And so now blue has to copy this within 2 tiles. The only way it can is like this. Okay. I think, I'm just wondering what I'm gonna do. I think I'll just, even though because, you know, for me, this is happening over 2 days of recording. I think I'll just finish this for the video, and then even if I continue playing today into another area, it will be a different video. I think that makes most sense to continue with the 1 video per area. Though I'm not sure how to feel about putting out 7-hour videos in difficult areas, but anyway. Polyomino inequality. So this, we know that this shape needs a, so the bounding box is forced to be here because this is in the corner, and then it needs to pick up a diagonal, which cannot be this diagonal because whichever diagonal it picks up, it doesn't pick up the other diagonal's corners, and then it wouldn't be able to pick itself up. So we know it must do this. And then it will either do it like that or like that. So there might be some pressure on picking this inequality sign up, because if this picked it up with size 5, then this would need to be 6 plus, which probably causes issues, but we'll see. Then here, this is forced to see the 1x4 because it cannot take a step and then take 2 orthogonal steps if it was instead this tile. It cannot do that north or east because this and this are unavailable. So it has to see a 1x4 either like that or like that. And if it is like this, could it pick this up? No, because this can't be a part of red, and it cannot be size 6 plus. It can be at most 4. So in all cases, whatever this is different. And so if it's horizontal, it goes like that. And if it's vertical, it goes like this, which forces red. And if it's horizontal, it forces this corner. So what can this corner be? First of all, can this tile be the corner, the 1x3 corner? I don't think so. It cannot, because it cannot go this way. It gets cut off, and if it goes this way, it has to do that. But if this is 5, this is 6, and this cannot be 6 because it only has access to at most 5 through blue, or at most 4 without blue. It cannot be a part of red. So therefore, this is this tile. It cannot be that. And it cannot be any of the central tiles, because each central tile, well, it could be this actually. Or no, sorry, it cannot. So the way to see it is, first of all, it cannot be this tile because that tile immediately needs to be in the middle of a 1x3. Can it be one of these two? The answer is no, because both of them, after they take one step, within the first 2 steps, they need to see a orthogonal cells in both. How should I say? So this one creates a triangle, which it can only do like this, obviously, because it has to pick itself up, and so if it is the corner of a triangle, right? So it would do that, but then here and here it needs to like either do that or that, and it can't. And the same is true of this, so it's not those, so it's this. And so it's a 1x2 and then a 1x3, or a 1x2 and then a 1x3. So it either picks this or this up, but it can't pick this up like I said, so it must pick that up. So it's this. So these are now 5, but that's whatever. I feel like I didn't use these inequalities. All I know is that these are now, this is something. I don't like this solution the way I did it. Let's look elsewhere. I don't think that's the intended solution. Because if I do that, I'm not using this inequality at all. And that feels wrong. Okay, let's instead look at something else. 25, and we must pick up. There are four different polyominoes of size 5, so that's 20. So that they take up 20 out of 25. So we have 5 tiles remaining. 5 tiles remaining that are guaranteed not to be a part of any of the 4 polyominoes. How does that help us with the inequalities? I understand how it helps us. It helps us by knowing that no polyomino can ever pick up the smaller side of an inequality. None of the polyominoes can pick up the yellow cells. Why? Because the moment a polyomino, all of them are size 5, picks up a small inequality, then the larger inequality has to be at least size 6. But size 6 or above cannot pick up any polyomino, and therefore it has to form a new region of size 6 or higher, but we have seen that there are only at most 5 tiles available that do not belong to a polyomino. So none of the, this is the intended solution, none of the polyominoes can pick up yellow. And therefore therefore what? This maybe? So this needs a 1x4, which only fits here or here. In both cases it picks this up, and then it either finishes with these or with these. But here green is stuck. So we can observe with green that... Oh, we can observe with green that it cannot have this. Wait. Hold on. Why am I struggling with this shape? So... we know green needs a 2x4 bounding box, and because it's in the corner, the bounding box is forced to either be like this or like this. And it touches 2 corners of the bounding box, so either these 2 or these 2. And it can't be these 2, therefore it's these 2, isn't it? Yes. So this is green, and then in order for it to connect, it will have to go through here. And so that's now 1x3, so this has to be the 1x2. So now purple has to be like that. Red now has to be like this. Blue now can only fit here. And we're done. This has to be at least size 2. Okay, that was a pretty cool puzzle. And I'm really glad that I've identified this bounding box idea. I used it with both. I mean, I've used the bounding box idea before, but when when a shape... When a shape has extreme corners, which these three do, this doesn't. So what I mean by that is when there is a tile, when there are two tiles that together form corners in the sense that they're both the smallest and largest of two different dimensions. For example, this is the bottom left corner. There's nothing that's left more or bottom more than this. And this is the top right corner, relative to this layout of the shape. The same is true here. There are two tiles like that that form two corners, and the same is here. So whenever, relative to the board outline, those polyominoes show up in the corner, you know that their bounding box will have to contain two corners. Wait, but it wasn't true for this though. No, it is, just not using this corner. Wait, so maybe what I was saying doesn't make sense then. Because what I wanted to conclude is that the two corners have to be involving the polyomino shape that is in the corner of the board, but it's disproven here, so maybe what I was trying to explain is wrong. But at the very least, we know that the bounding box is forced to be picking up the corner, and that heavily limits where the bounding box can be. And we don't need to fully discard my idea, we just need to discard the part where the corner must be in the actual corner. The idea still holds that in the bounding box, this particular polyomino sees two of either these two corners or these two corners. And in this case, it also happens to see a third corner. But anyway, let's continue. Rows, windows, inequality. So this has to get out to find a square. And we know that because this is 4 plus, this is 5 plus. But also, we also know that this is at least, whatever that is, 8. Well, there's more things we know. We know red and blue and yellow are different, because if red tried to pick yellow or blue up, it would isolate this square. So we know this is red. And now if this tried to pick up blue, it would isolate yellow. So we know this is blue. And we know this is yellow. And so now it's just a question of how do they pick those up because of the inequalities. Well, we know blue is at least 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7, 8, 9. How many tiles do we have on this board? 25. So 7, 8, 9 is 15 plus 9 is 24. But we cannot increase 7 because that would increase it to 8, 9, 10. Which is 19 plus 8 is 27. That's too many tiles. So this has to be locked in as 7. And this can't increase to 9, 10 because that's 19 plus 7 is 26. That's already larger than 25 as well. So this is locked in as 8. This, however, can be 9 or 10. Because 15? Oh no, it can't. It cannot, because every tile has to belong to red, blue, or yellow. So this is forced to be 10, in fact. Okay. So red can pick up at most 4 more tiles, and they have to be these 4. In fact, we already know these 4 tiles belong to red without any of this stuff, because if yellow or blue picked them up, it would cut red off. And the same is true of these blue tiles, but the thing is that these already fill 8, 7, and 8. So yellow has to pick up the rest. Cool. Rose windows inequality. So let's say red, blue, yellow. And red is at least 4. Oops. And we have 16 tiles. So this is 15. So again, 4 gets locked in, 5 gets locked in, because 5, 6, 7 is too many. It's 18. And 4, 6, 7 is too many. It's 17. So 9 is locked in already out of 16. So this has to be 7 now. Okay. Because this is locked in as 4, the only rose window symbol it can see within 4 steps is this one. And this, if this is yellow, it either cuts blue off like that, which it cannot do. It would have to do this, and that's too many tiles for yellow. So this cannot be yellow. And so because it has to be blue, blue now cannot reach that symbol. Otherwise it could have. Well, the other way we could have said it is that if blue wants to pick that symbol up, it isolates this. So anyway, blue picks that up, now must pick this up. So now yellow must pick this up, therefore these, and now yellow needs one more, so it goes there and it's done. And blue picks up the rest. There are some locked things here, and we need 6 more to unlock them, so let's not... maybe I should have left these then, because they progress towards more difficult versions of this idea. Whatever, let's do this isolated one. Inequality Palisade. Okay. So, dead end expansion. But wait. There is more. This can't avoid picking up one of these two. So, and it's at least size, it's 4 plus in size, because it creates this shape, right? And so because it picks one of these up, one of these is 4 plus, so this is 5 plus. And it can't join here. And now, because that's 5 plus, this is 6 plus. And 2, 3, 4, 5. This is now forced to be 5. And therefore this is forced to be 5. Oh no, sorry. Therefore this is forced to be 4 is what I meant to say. Yeah, that's forced to be 4. 4, 5 can't join here. Now this is forced, this is forced. This is forced. This is forced, and those all get isolated, so we're done. Nice. This is also alone, isn't it? Rose windows inequality. Or maybe it's like the boss, the mini boss of these 4, but these are still locked. So maybe let's get back to it after we unlock these, because I feel like these progress the idea of rose windows inequality and culminates here. So let's leave that for now. Let's see. Let's actually start by dead end expanding all of the larger ones, and then all the greater than tiles can be dead end expanded, and then we can start writing notes, because otherwise I'll just have to delete a bunch of stuff. So I believe that's all the dead end expansion that is forced. But there is more because 1, 2, 3. So we can actually do this, and that actually locks this to be size 5. So this is max 4, and this is 6 plus. This is max 4, max 4, max 3, max 4, 6 plus. These are different. This expands, and it's different. That happens. This is maximum 4, so it cannot join this. But that's not helpful. This one, maximum 3. Why did I expand this? This can be 1. I need to be careful. Why did I expand this? This can also be 1. This is the interesting one. Because it's 6 plus and it's not the same as that, so it is exactly 6 because there are only 6 tiles it sees. Out of these 7, it cannot pick that up, and it's at least 6. So it picks all of these up. So now this is 7 plus. Okay. And oh, and you know, this is 1 to 3, this is 2 to 4. And we're done. I should make sure to write that in whenever there's a sequence of inequalities. That is not just 2 inequalities, or not just 1. When there is more than 1 inequality in a sequence, I should make sure to write in both the minimums and maximums. To not forget about dead end expansion once it shows up. Let's see, 4 plus 1 to 2. 4 plus. So this is forced 1. This gets out. This 5 always has to see this tile, because it can't just take those. Now that forces this and this. Then that's broken. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong. This is 4 plus and this is 4 plus. So this has to get out. And this is 1 to 2. So this has to get out. The 5. Oh, sorry. This can be 5. Anyway, at this stage, the 5 has to see that cell. And this, I don't know why I locked it. It's not guaranteed 4. This is guaranteed 3. This can't join any of those. So it's this. This still has to expand. It could join here, or it can join here. But the 5 has to join something, because it cannot sustain itself off unclaimed tiles only. And therefore it must go here. So this happens, and this is now size 5, so it's done. This can only go this way. Good. These are potentially a sequence, so let's not do them yet. Area number inequality. We have 25 cells, so there are only 2 regions in the board. So all of the smaller ones are blue, and all of the larger ones are red. This red can only get out through here, this blue through here. This red has to get out through here, this blue can only connect through here. Blue needs exactly 1 more cell, which is one of these 2. So everything that's not those 2 is red. And red needs one more, which is one of those two. Oh wait, there was another inequality I didn't see. Sorry. My bad. Area number inequality. What do we have here? 64 tiles. 14 plus 15 is 29. Let's see, 29 plus 18 is 47, I want to say, right? 39 plus 8 is 47, plus 17 is 64. Alright, so we have exactly 4 colors on this board. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So smallest. So these are a sequence. Red, blue, yellow, green. Okay. There's another sequence here. Red, blue, yellow, green. Okay. Then what? There are certain things red cannot go through. So, and there are certain things green cannot go through. Red cannot go through these. And green cannot go through these. Okay. And red cannot connect through this because it would... Wait, can it? Yeah, maybe it can actually. Huh. Interesting. Well, okay, first of all, this red actually cannot go through here. Like, this red cannot avoid going through this area, I think. Because look, if it has to go through this area, then... but it could go here, and then this blue can get out. Barely. Nah, but this doesn't work. Because even if this blue barely gets out, this happens and now this blue is stuck. Yeah, but I don't want to use that pattern recognition. What else can I use? Let me think. What happens if this is not red or blue? Then... Okay, let me just do this red thing, because I think red is limited the most. So, red cannot go through here because of the inequality. So, if for some reason red is not allowed to go through here or through here, the puzzle breaks, right? Because it can't do this and then connect because this tile breaks. So it's not that. But could it be blocked from here still? Could it be still blocked from here? In that case, it must use this or this passage. And again, it cannot use that passage through here. Because again, again, that gets cut off somehow. So it would have to use this passage. And it can't use that because blue dies. So it would have to use this. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then it's almost done. And what about if it tried to... So we know it can never use that passage. What if it's also not allowed to use this passage? Ah, then the puzzle just breaks, doesn't it? Because this green will get isolated. Because then red has to go through here. Ah, but can it not give room for green to get out? I mean, I feel like something bad is happening here. Who's picking this up? But this is really brute force. I don't like this. I need some other idea that is not this brute force. Oh, what else? Maybe it's about the number of... What if it's about yellow? Because yellow has to use one of these passageways or this passageway to get out of this area. Well, look, there are 4 passageways here, and there are technically... Yeah, there are 2 passageways here. And we know that out of these two, green has to use one of them, because it's here, and blue has to use another. So out of these 4 passageways, 2 are already taken. Now, if yellow or red wants to make use in a useful manner out of these 4 passageways, then they would have to take 2 of them. But yellow can't actually do that. Because look, if yellow wanted to make use of this passageway, it obviously can't do that because green gets ice. Ah, but it could do that, right? And then green can get out and blue can use... that. Okay. But anyway, so if yellow wants to make use of it, then it will take 2 of them. And the same is true for red. Because there's no point in yellow taking 1 and then not getting out, right? And the same is true for red. There's no point in going there and then not continuing. So if yellow or red wanted to make use of this passageway, they will take up 2 out of the 4 tiles. And green and blue must take the other 2. And so then I want to know... Is it possible for neither yellow or red? Like, is one of yellow or red forced to take this passageway? Like, red is the one that's under more pressure. Because it's not allowed to use these. But it's still allowed to use these, however. So let's see, if green uses the top, like if green goes this way in order to connect home, rather than this way, then it means that... Does it mean that red must go from above green then? I believe that is the case, isn't it? Because there's no way for green to connect home from this direction, and for red to connect home from that direction as well. So either green, if green goes west, red goes east. And so if green goes west, red is the one who uses this passageway, forced to. And if green doesn't go east, then red is not able to use that passageway anymore. Sorry, if green doesn't go west, if it goes east, red can't use the passage anymore. This one. And yellow... Yeah, yellow will have to use it if green goes east, right? Because if yellow tries not to use it, then it will just be cut off by this green, because if this green goes this way, this yellow has to use the passageway, and if this green goes this way, then both yellows have to use that passageway. So where does that leave us? We know, depending on green's direction... Okay, so maybe when green goes east and yellow uses the passageway, does red run into trouble? Yes. Or? Yes, it does. Because now this red, because this passageway is used by one of the yellows or both, this red must use one of these passageways, and it must go through here, right? Because if it doesn't go through there, then yeah, then it can't go through here because it will isolate the green. We explained that before. So when green goes east, yellow uses the passage, and therefore red goes through here. But what that means is, in that case, it can go through that, right? Because it would isolate blue. In fact, maybe red can never use this. But anyway, we'll see. So it will have to go through this. And in that case, there's too much going on down here. Because neither yellow nor blue could use this passageway, so both of them have to go east. But there is no room because green wanted to go use east as well. So green cannot use east, I think. Is that brute force? I don't know. But I'm just gonna use that logic. Green can't use the eastern passageway. It must use the western, and as we have established, when it uses the western passageway, red must go through the north, because green connecting home from this passage means that red cannot. Alright. So we know green goes through one of these two, and red goes through one of these two. Red goes through one of these two, and then finally blue goes through the final one. Blue goes through one of these two. So red has to go through this, because if it went through this, blue would have to cut red off, or vice versa. So this is red, this is blue. And now green can't go through here because it would cut red off. So this is green and this is red. And so for red to go through the passageway, this has to happen. And this. Okay. So red is 11, 12, 13, 14. So 11, 12. It can get 2 more. And it needs 2 more to pick itself up. So red only exists here now. Red cannot exist anywhere else. So there's no point in having this anymore, because red cannot be there anyway. And so these cannot be red, and neither can that. Alright, then... I believe... Well, let's see. I believe this can only be red or blue, because if it's some other color, then that's blue, and then the other color has to cut red off. So this is red or blue. Right, and blue can't go through this passageway to connect home. And if we do this, it simply runs out of space and cuts stuff off. So blue has to get out here. And then, because yellow can't use this passageway either, the only way home for yellow is through this passageway. So blue has to go there, yellow has to go there. Blue is now 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so blue can only exist in this area. Which means blue cannot, and red, neither can be a part of this inequality. So now we know that this inequality has green and yellow. Oh, this red has to get out, and it can only pick up one of these 2 tiles now. So this can't be green, obviously, but it also cannot be yellow, because then things would get cut off. So this is blue. Same is true of this. Can only be blue. 7 plus 4 is 11. One of these is 12. 13, 14, 15. So blue now can only exist here and here. It cannot take either of those tiles, because if it does, then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, it will just have too many tiles. So these must be yellow. Blue can't go that way. Maybe yellow can't branch anymore either, but that feels brute force. I mean, I'm already brute forcing a lot. This can't be green, obviously. So it's yellow. And now this can't be a border, so the yellow goes here. Yellow is at 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, so it can still branch a bit. Ah, but this has to be yellow, right? Because if it's not... If this is not yellow, then whatever it is... No, it could technically still be green, right? Does yellow run out of tiles? No. So it could still be non-yellow. We don't know. Ah, but wait. This tile here is less than that, but this can't be red. So this is blue plus, so this is yellow plus. Yeah, but that's not helpful. We already knew that this can't be red or blue anyway. I mean, I can probably just pick up the edge all green, like that's pretty clear. These all have to be green, because if any one of them is yellow, green or yellow gets cut off. So green needs 4 more. Hmm. 4 more. Well, this blue obviously has to go this way, sorry. I should have done that earlier. So now that happens. So blue 7 plus 5 plus 1 is 13. So blue can pick up 2 more. Red 1 more. One of these is red, the other is blue. So after that, blue can only pick 1 more up. And it has to be yellow who picks up the 4th tile out of these then. So yellow is actually at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So yellow must pick up these 2 or else we're out of space. Or we have leftover space. Right? Like, if yellow doesn't pick that up, then... Oh yeah, we already know that. We already know that green can't be here anymore. And neither can red or blue, so this must be yellow. Because if green was there, it would cut yellow off, obviously. So that's yellow. That's yellow. And now yellow can only pick up 1 more tile, and that tile has to be one of these 4, because red can only pick up 1 of those 4, and blue can only pick up 2 of those 4. So the 4th has to be yellow, so therefore green picks up the outer tiles. And this cannot be yellow. So it's blue. So therefore this is the yellow. Blue and red. Done. That was a tricky puzzle, and I'm not even sure if I solved it the intended way. Let us do one more too. Oh, there's something here. Mismatch inequality. Alright, 1 by 1 is used, so every dead end must expand. And this is 3 plus, this is 4 plus, 3 plus, 4 plus. So let's expand the 4 plus. So this is 5 plus, and so is that. This 5 plus can still join red, but even if it does, it still joins this. But they could join here. Wait. There is some complexity going on. Red... Wait. Red is less than yellow, and yellow is less than blue. Therefore, red is less than blue. Therefore, red is not equal to blue. Therefore, this. So red is now locked in as 3. Blue's at least 5, has to go that far. And... is it true that yellow and purple are not the same? I'm not sure, but... wait, because red is locked in 3, yellow is locked in 4. Due to the 5. No, that's not true. Yellow could be larger than 4, forcing blue to be larger than 5, but it's not forced. But there's some other stuff going on, isn't there? Like, blue's larger than both purple and yellow, but purple and yellow can be the same number, they just can't be the same shape. So because blue is larger than purple and yellow, it's not forced to be at least 6. It would only be forced to be at least 6 if no regions can be the same size, but it's just the shape that has a limit. Okay. But yellow and purple can't be both size 4. Because then they would be the same shape. So blue is in fact forced to be 6 plus. So it must go here, and now this has to be 7 plus. And it cannot pick up yellow because yellow is less than blue, and this is larger than blue, so it can pick up at most these two. So 3, 4, 5, it has to pick these up, and it has to pick this up, so it is exactly 7. And once that gets locked in as 7, this gets locked in as 6, because it can't be 7, but it can be 5 either. This is locked 4, so this has to move. And it can't be 6, so it's locked 5. So that's locked 6, that's locked 5. Dead ends must expand. Dead ends must expand. So now, what is going on here? Red and blue are different. Yellow could still join one of them. Yellow can join red and we're done, but that's pattern recognition. Yellow cannot join blue, because then it's forced to repeat the shape. So blue's a 1x2, which forces red to expand. Red can't be that shape either, or that, so it will have to join yellow. Silver Age, turn 20 windows silver, says the achievement. So now we have unlocked stuff, so let's go back. Did I do a lot of puzzles that were in a sequence? Whatever. Let's just go back to the start and do everything. Range 4 to 6, Inequality, so dead end expansion. This is 4 or 5, because it can't be 6. This is 5 or 6. This is 4, 5, 5, 6. 4, 5, 5, 6. 4, 5, 5, 6. Okay. So what? Who cares? Who cares? I see someone who cares. These two care. If they are different, one of them cuts the other off. Therefore, they are the same, and the only thing they can be the same is 5. Which lock the other ones. This has to belong to one of them because dead ends must expand. So now this happens. And this can't be a 6, so this 6... Well, this 6 can't join yellow, can it? No. So this 6 is forced to see that tile, because if it doesn't, it is forced to join yellow. So it sees that tile, which unleashes all. This must always see that tile, for if it doesn't, it runs out of space. But it can join yellow. But now 6 is at most size 5, so it has to go here. And it cannot join that. And this cannot join this. Or, no, it can join that, and in fact it must. Must it not? Unclear. Ah, wait, the 6. 6 is either there, and then this goes here, or if 6 is not fully there, it's there. But 6, even if it picks that, it always picks this, and now this must take that. And so this either joins the 6, or it joins this, purple, let's say. If it joins purple, it's 5. If it doesn't join purple, purple is 4. What am I missing? We have 4 unclaimed tiles. This is still... Okay, this, even if it joins here, it still has to go this way, right? Yeah. And now... Okay, now purple must always go here as well, because if purple doesn't go there, it must go there, and if purple does go there, then it's forced to be 5, and then it still must go there. So purple always has to go there, which locks this as a 5, which means that this has to be a 4. So therefore, this must happen, this must happen. And then, because that's a 6, it can't go there, and dead ends must expand. Interesting. Oh, there's a puzzle down there. Shape bank inequality, 1 by 5 and 2 by 3. Alright, so this has to be... This is size 6, this is size 5, so 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6. The 5 is 1 by 5, so 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. Here it can't be vertical, so 2, 3, 4, 5. Does not have to join there. The 6 is 2 by 3, so this always happens, and this always happens. Then 2x3s always do that and that. This this cannot fit a 2x3, so it's a 1x5 somehow. Same is true here and here. Ah, and then because this is a 1x5 somehow, it's not part of this one, and it has to repeat the same logic. Okay. Oh, then this one cannot be vertical, so it must join this. Aha. And this is also a 1x5, and it has to join this. This is now a 1x5. This has to pick these up. And this cannot pick that up because this tile would be isolated. So it can go at most this far, so it must go here. And it must pick this tile up because if it doesn't, this tile is isolated. So it has to do that. This now can't be a 1x5, it has to be a 2x3, and there's only one 2x3 it can be. This can't be a 1x5, so it's a 2x3, and it can only join this one. And now none of these cells can be 1x5s. Same is true of these. And these. These can only join this 2x3. This can only join this 2x3. This can only join this 2x3. And that leaves one 2x3 left. Very well. Oh, look, there's another puzzle in there and in here. Shape bank inequality. Okay, due to these shape banks, dead ends must expand. There's no 1x4, so these are separate. There's size 2s and size 3s, so therefore 2 locked in all low inequalities. And 3 locked in all large inequalities. Alright. Dead ends must expand, cannot join there. This has a 3 lock on it. So these are separate. Okay. 3 lock, 2 lock, 2 lock. Dead end expansion, size 3. Separate. And these, okay, wait, these 2s are separate, so out of 12 they take up 4, leaving us with 8. 8 needs to be composed of exactly, we know we have at least 2 3s because these can't join, so that's already 6 out of 8, so then there needs to be another 1x2. So there, apart from these 1x2s, there's one more somewhere. And it can't be here, because it blocks that off. So the only other place, because it can't be here, 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 here. It can't be here, so it's not there, or there, or there, or there, so it's only here. So that's a 1x2 forced, which completes the puzzle. Nice. Okay, there's other stuff in there. Oh, there's also something down here. Non-boxy inequality. Okay. Non-boxy. We're okay. If you look on the previous video, or which video? Some video, maybe 2 videos ago, Ryan left a comment talking about one of the non-boxy puzzles. And he made a very good observation about whenever there's a region on the board, that if it was one region, such as this, then it would form a boxy shape. Then what we can conclude is that either, by the way, I'm not sure if it's going to be relevant here, but I feel like it will be. If it was one region and it was boxy, then with the non-boxy rule, what it means is that one of 2 things must happen. Either it is all one region, but it must escape that area, or there are at least 2 regions in that area. And in the puzzle where Ryan commented on it, there was a precision rule which forced it to be the case that it could not consist of multiple regions. So we'll see if that's the case here. Like, for example, if I don't know, if this was like, I don't know what values, we'll see. But maybe it won't be relevant here, we'll see. But we can see a sequence here, so... And we know that with non-boxy, the smallest region possible is 3. And all of these have to be different, because they're in one sequence. We have 30 tiles at our disposal. So what's the minimum? 3 plus 7, 4 plus 6, 25. Okay, so we still have wiggle room. But this might not have wiggle room to be 4, does it? Because 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what it would force if this was 4. Then it would force 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what? It is... 4, 5... Well, this was 25, so subtract 3, add 8. So 22 plus 8, 30. Okay, so it could do that, but that's the most. So this is at most 4. That's all we know from that. We know it's at least 3 and at most 4. The rest, I think we don't know anything. Because it could be 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, for example. Or it could be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever. So we'll see. We do know, however, that these are separate. And we do know dead ends must expand. And we also know that this can't be a border, because this would happen. So we know this. And we also know... No, we don't know. Ah, but wait. Do we know that this has to belong to someone? I think we do. No, we don't yet. We don't yet because in the minimum case, we had a wiggle room of 5 tiles. Because in the minimum case, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 summed to 25 out of 30. So we have a wiggle room of 5 tiles that can be unclaimed by an inequality. So... it would be helpful to know what the maximum of this is. That would be helpful to know. But also, hold on. How many tiles? We have another way of seeing what the maximum here is. Because look, it can only see these 7 tiles. So we know this is at most 7. Whatever that's worth. And... but it also, maybe it can't be 7, can it? Because 7, 8, 9, 10, that's clearly too much, isn't it? 7, 8 is 16. 9 is 25. 10 is 35. It can't be 7. Can it be 6? 6, 7, 8, 9. 13, 21, 30 plus more? No, it can't be 6. Can it be 5? 5, 6, 7, 8. 11, 18, 26. Yes, it can still barely be 5. Okay. So it's 4 or 5, which means that it cannot claim all 6 of these tiles. So there's at least one other region in here. And that other region is at least size 3. But that can still fall within the wiggle room if someone claims this. If someone claims this, they have to be at least size 8, which is fine. This is at least size 5, so it could be size 5 like that. This one can go in, and then this can be 4 or 5. Ah, but wait, if this border exists, does the puzzle break in here? It does, because this can't claim all of them, but it also can't allow another region to exist. So this, I guess that kind of means that the Ryan logic is relevant here, because we must escape, but it wasn't due to the... Or was it? Let me think. So Ryan's observation is what again? It's that if there's a boxy region in the board that is not allowed to be split up into 2 regions, neither of which escapes, then either it's one complete region that escapes or it's 2 different regions, at least one of which escapes. This can't all be one region that escapes, because this would be too large. And it also cannot be 2 regions that don't escape, because there's not enough room for that, because this has to be larger. So yes, this is an instance of where Ryan's observation is indeed relevant, which forces this escape to be utilized by someone. Now that someone could end up joining here. It could be this, or it could be someone else. We don't know any of that right now. Or do we? Well, we kind of do, but not because of local logic. Because based on local logic, this could be possible. But then, in non-local logic, we would see that therefore this would have to happen, and therefore this would have to happen, and now we use up more than our allowed 5 tiles, because here are 5, or here are at least 4, or at least... Well, this can't go that far. Anyway, so it's not due to local... We can't discern with just local logic, so... Let's refrain. Let's look at something else. What is the something else? Well, maybe this... If this doesn't join here, what happens? Well... Yeah... Bad things happen. A lot of bad things happen, but do I want to use that as my next step of the solution? Does it feel like it's direct logic rather than proof by contradiction? I mean, Out of these unclaimed tiles, this can claim... It could try to claim... I mean, it could claim 5. Like, this could happen. I mean, to me, the easiest next step is to see that this has to connect there. Because look, if it doesn't connect, this happens. And now... I mean, now it has to be size 4. And this has to be size 5. But it cannot have a region of size 3 together with it, and it cannot pick up all of the cells. Is there a different way of seeing that? No, again, like, we can't see that just using these tiles. Or wait. Yeah, we can't see it with just these tiles, because with just these tiles, we see 7, which can be a 3 and a 4. It's only after we look at this that we see that that doesn't work. So let's just do that and say that this cannot be 3 plus 4. Because that would break this tile. So it's either 5 plus 3 like that, or whatever, but the point is that this has to connect there, because if we do this, the puzzle breaks. I think that's clear enough. So I'm gonna use that. So this happens. Therefore, this happens. And now this cannot happen. So this must happen. Why is everything purple? So this happens. This can still grow, but this is a locked 5. Locked 6. Or sorry, 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus... What are we at in the arithmetic now? We are at 5 plus 6 is 11, plus 7 is 18, plus 8 is 26. Out of 30. We have 4 left. So this can still be 3 or 4, but it can't be 3 because that would leave 1 tile hanging. So this must be 4. And now every tile on the board has to be part of... Because this adds to 30, right? Yes, it does. 4 plus 6 is 10. 5 plus 7 is 12, plus 8 is 20. 10 plus 20 is 30. So every tile is a part of an inequality, and yellow can only reach 8. So it is 8 like that. And now, how far can 6 reach? Well, like, you know, 6 has to be picking up at least these, because if 7 picks up any of those, 6 gets cut off. Same is true of this tile. And now 6... Well, I guess the other way to see it is 6 can't be that, so 6 has to get to this tile somehow. And therefore, 7 cannot pick up this tile, so 6 picks that up as well, and therefore picks up the corners, and now it's completed, and the rest is 7. Done. Alright, any other puzzles in here? This is a pretty good hiding place. Oh, there was another one there. Range 2 to 5, mismatch, inequality. So dead end, expansion, the small inequalities are 2 plus. And the large inequalities, well, they're 3 plus. And here we have a sequence. And they're at most 5. So this is at most 4, this is at most 3. All right, so let's look at the insides of these boxes. Specifically, let's start with this box, because this box has 9 tiles and this is at least 4. So it uses up at least 4 out of 9, which means at most 5 tiles remain. But this has to use up at least 3, although this could join that. If it didn't join, does the puzzle break? Hang on, let's just do something else. Let's say this is up to 5. This is up to 4, because it's a less than, and this is up to 4. Okay. Oh, wait, there's also this. This is 3 to 4. 3 to 5, sorry. So let's see, if this takes 4 tiles out of 9, 5 tiles remain. Well, okay, wait. Let's approach it from a different angle. Let's say there are 9 tiles, and the maximum region size is 5, so clearly we need at least 2 regions. We need at least 2 regions. Now, can we have more than 2 regions? Well, we already know we need at least 2 regions from this, but if this takes 4 out of 9 tiles, then 5 tiles remain. In order for the 5 tiles that remain to make up a total of more than 2 regions, so this 4 would be one of them, then the 5 tiles remaining have to make up 2 regions. And that is possible if one of them is size 2. So maybe we don't know much. Maybe we don't know. Well, let's draw these in 3 to 5, 2 to 4, 3 to 5, 2 to 4, 2 to 4, 3 to 5, 3 to 5, 2 to 4, 3 to 5, 3 to 5, 2 to 4. Hold on, mismatch exists. Mismatch existing means that all of those inequalities that show a potential for 2, only one of them can do that. Huh. Could nobody do it, though? Probably not. Wait, so hang on a minute. How many? We have 50. We have 68. But we know that there is at most 1. There's at most 1, 2, 2 3s, 6 4s. Hold on. 1, 2, 2 3s, 6 4s, and 12 5s. So if we do the multiplication, then 2, 6, 24, 60. Which is what? 8, 32. Hang on. If we don't use... How do I figure this out? I just want to see if we're forced to use every piece smaller than 5. But how do I do that? Is there a way? Because then I know we have to use a 2 somewhere. 1 sec, let me just take a quick break. Alright, I'm back. So, we have 50 plus 18 is 68. In order to prove that we would need to use something lower than 5, that's only possible is if we added all of, like, for example, to prove we would need to use a 2, that's only possible to prove if we added these up and they wouldn't reach the required number. But that's not the case here, because already this gives us 60 out of 68, so that doesn't show us much. So, where does that leave us? Well, Well, okay. So in the 9 areas, there cannot how should I say this? So there can be at most 1 pentamino. Yeah, what are the options for the 9s? The 9 can be, if it contains a pentamino, then 4 left over, and 4 left over can't be 2 2s, because only 1 2 can exist on the board. It cannot involve 3, so it would have to be 4. So it's either 4 plus 5, or if it does not contain a pentamino, then what can it be? If it contains a 4 without a pentamino, then 9 minus 4 is 5, and the 5 can only be 3 plus 2. So 3 plus 2. And if it doesn't contain neither a pentamino nor a tetramino, then it's 3. Left over 6. Can only contain 1 2, so it would need another 3. Left over 3 breaks, because only 2 3s exist. So these are the 2 options for the 9. These are the 2 options. So one of those 2 has to exist here. One of those 2 has to exist here. But only one of them can have this one, because the 2 can only exist once. But it is also possible for neither to have that, and then for the 2 to exist elsewhere on the board. So where does that leave us? Well, it does tell us that each size 9 box has at least 1 Tetris piece in it. Wait. Look. This is a key tile. This means that this 3x3 cannot be that, because it must involve a 3 or a 2. So we know that this box here, it lives in the 4-3-2 world, which means that can't be a 5. So this can't be a 4. So it lives in the 4-3-2 world. 4-3-2. So, if that's the 2, it goes there. And if it's not the 2, then it's the 3. Okay, wait, so dead ends expand. We need 4, 3, 2 in here somehow. And... what should I see? Because it's possible for the 4 not to pick up any of these inequalities, right? Ah, hang on, there's another thing. So because we know this one is the 432, this can't be the 432, and so it cannot include any 2s inside. This is minimum 3 now, this is minimum 4. This is minimum 3, this is minimum 4. And similarly, anywhere else on the board there can't be 2s. So this is now 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 2 to 4 becomes 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. This now is 3 locked. This is now 4 locked. Okay. 4 locked. Which tells us it tells us that what does it tell us? I don't know. Ah, wait. I know what it tells us. It tells us that because there's a 3 outside and a 3 inside, there can't be a 3 anywhere else on the board that is not touching this 3. And this 3 can touch at most this area. Like this area. So anything outside that area and outside this box can't be a 3 anymore. So that's locked 4, locked 5, locked 4, 5, 4, 5, 5. No, this can still be 4, 5. I should be locking the 4s and therefore locking the 5s. I'm not gonna circle all this, just anything with a single number in it now is locked. Okay. So now that's a 5. But that doesn't tell us anything about this. This 4 cannot avoid going there, and so now it must also pick all the others up, because dead ends must expand. Ah, and that now means that red can't be a 2x2. Also, by the way, this exists, because can go almost that far. So, this red can't be a 2x2, so what else can it be? It means, well, we know it must always pick this up, right? And now it can't pick both of these up, which means it cannot pick this up, because it would isolate that. So this must happen. This is now forced to be the 2. So this is forced to be the 3. So this now must happen. And so now we know this 3 must be a triangle. Can't be a 1x3. This has to get out. So we have 3 Tetris shapes. So what can this be? It can never visit that, right? No, it could, because it can be a 1x4. Can it visit this? Yeah, because it can still be SZ. How about this one? If this happens, it's a 1x4 forced. And if that doesn't happen, it's still a 1x4 forced. This is always a 1x4, because let me just draw what we have used up. 1x4, 2x2 is used. LJ is used. SZ is not used. T is used. 1, 2, 3. There should be 3 more. What am I forgetting? 1, 2, 3. SZ. 1x4. What? I'm forgetting a Tetris piece? Which one? Wow, somehow I'm completely blanking on the 6th Tetris piece. Bro, how can I not remember the 6th Tetris piece? What? I'm so confused. I actually can't remember. Is there only 5? No. Wait, are there only 5 Tetris pieces? Why did I think it's 6? I could have sworn it's 6. Look. Let's derive them. They all derive from the 2 1x3s, which are these 2, or the 2 size 3s. So this one can be extended like that, or like this, or like this. Those are the only options. And this can be extended like that, or this, or we already have that there, or this. Right? Nothing else. So that's done, 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 that's... There are only 4? Tetris. Or sorry, there are only 5? I mean, technically there are 7, but 2 of them are pairs, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it's 6. It's 5. Interesting. So is this wrong as well? Because some might be reflected. Phenomenal. No, pentominoes do have 12 if we don't count the reflections. Okay. Anyway, that doesn't change much, but that was weird. So anyway, we have the 2x2, we have the LJ, we have the T. So we have 1x4 and SZ left. This can't be SZ, so it is the 1x4, so that forces this tile to be picked up. So this is the SZ, therefore this must happen, and this happens, and it's not the 1x3, so it's this. And we're done with the 3s. We're done with the 4s once this completes, and this can't go here because it kills this tile, or in other words, dead ends must expand and it can't join there. So this must happen. And now every 4 is done. So everything else let's highlight the 5s in a different color because we have to look at their shape. Any new region is size 5, so this is 5, and it can't complete there. It could complete here or here. This has to expand. And now what's going on with these 6 tiles? This has to claim exactly one of them, so there are 5 tiles remaining, which means purple cannot claim any of them. If purple claims any of them, it cannot claim all of them, and there will be some dead tiles. So purple can't claim any, so purple is this shape. So this now must happen, and this must happen. This happens. And this can't be that, so this happens. That happens. This happens. And we cannot do this because it would introduce a 3rd color. And this picks up 1 and this picks up 3, so we cannot do that. And now this cannot pick that up because then it would be forced to pick that up. So this happens, this happens, this happens. Done. Pretty cool puzzle. Anything else hiding in there? Not that I can see right now. Let's go do these. Delta Inequality Gemini. Okay. So, the Gemini copies the minimum across. Okay. Yep. All right, so where does that leave us? This is at least 2. This is at least 1. The at least 2s are the useful ones. That's at least 2, so that's at least 2, so that's at least 3, so that's at least 3. It's confusing, so I want to do this, actually. Alright. So there has to be a border here, because this is not possible. And that has to go there. And now, these form a cycle, in the sense that this area cannot be 1. And it also... Well, no, they don't. Wait. It just means it can't be 1. But this could still be larger than 2. But we already knew it can't be 1. So anyway. Well, no, sorry, it means this border has to exist. These can't be together. So this puzzle uses the border logic of both the way where like Gemini and Delta, once they're together on one side, they can't be together on the other side, and they're using the same logic because the inequality signs have that as well, and this puzzle uses both. Uses that logic. It showcases how both the Gemini deltas and the inequalities share that logic, which is pretty cool. Anyway, this has to expand. And this now can be at most 3, right? So it can't be 4, so these can't join. Because this can claim at most 1 more tile. And if these join, they would be larger than 3, so this must exist. So it's now exactly 2, so this happens. And now this can't be 2, so it must be 1. So this happens. This has to be less than 2, so it's 1. We can delete the numbers where it no longer matters. Well, it might still matter here. And... well, that's 1, we know, but... okay. That's 2. That's 2. These are done. That's done. So only this matters because this is still not done and this is still not done. Alright, this is 2 to 3. So that's 2 to 3. So this can't join. And this has to come out here. And this can't go there because 4 has to be less than 5, which is not possible. So this must happen. So now the Gemini copies across the 1. And this is 1 to 2. Sorry, no. This is 2. So these are both 1. So this delta, did it do nothing? Wouldn't be surprising. Deltas are useless half the time. So this is not 2. The Gemini copies across the 2. Can't see the delta. We have to draw this. So the delta did help. Never mind. But this one didn't, I think. Anyway. So let's see, what else is there? This is a 3. And that's not a 1, so it's at least 2, but a 3 takes up 3 out of 4. So it must pick this up or else there's not enough space. And this can't be a 1. The 3 exists with a 1, and it can't be this, so that's the 1. Done. Starting to get hungry, and there's still a lot of puzzles ahead of us. I should probably go eat soon. Oh, this is where you're supposed to pick this puzzle up, and I picked it up in Narnia like this somehow. Inequality, Gemini, area number 5 plus 1, 2. Expand, 5 plus, expand, 5 plus 6 plus, expand, 6 plus, cannot see the 4, get out, must get out at least this far. Okay, these are different, so this has to at least go there. They have to be the same shape. So anything is still possible. Though this is not possible. because this wouldn't have enough space to copy that. It would have to pick these two up, and this can't be good, right? So this must happen. And now anything is still possible, though not this. Because then this happens and it's bad, so that's not possible. But that's possible, and that's possible. And also that's possible, and that's possible. Alright. This 6 has to at least go there. And there. And the Gemini copies it across, which means that this orange 6 plus needs a 1x4 somewhere. And it only has access to these 3 tiles more. So the only place its 1x4 can exist is here. And it has access to at most 2 more tiles. This blue so blue over here, in order to match red's shape, will need a 1x1 dead end attached to the 1x4, and it is maximum size 7, which means it reaches at most this far. So this 1x4 must be this 1x4, because the only other 1x4 blue can make is this one, and that 1x4 can't have an orthogonal 1x1 attached. So this must be the 1x4 that has an orthogonal 1x1 dead end attached, and the only place that can be is here. Because if we do this, it can't be at this dead end or at this dead end, and it can't form a new dead end because that's not the shape we're talking about, so it must be there. So this is this, so this must be a dead end, and after the first step we can only continue straight, so this must be a border. And because this dead end must correspond to that, because that's the only 1x4 possible, it means that this must be a dead end, just like in blue. And now they can still grow to be size 7 if they wish. We will see. And where does that leave us? It leaves us with what am I not seeing? I think what I'm supposed to next see is that the yellow-orange can't be size 6, because if it's size 6, then this has to at least go there. And then this has to at least go there, and now blue can't be size 7. So, this is locked at size 5. And if that's locked at size 5, what does that mean? I mean, I don't know. Who cares that it's locked at 5? It still has 2 options. It can still be this or this. How is this puzzle unique? I'm confused. Did I make a mistake? No. Then how is it unique? What the heck? Isn't this possible? That's possible. But that's also possible. And here still this or this is possible. Why is it complaining about inequality? What? This is size 5? Dude, I didn't see that. I thought it was already 6 and it was threatening to expand to be 7. Bro. So it's actually the logic I used here was wrong, because I thought this was already 6. Anyway, now that it is forced to be 6... This is locked as 5. Okay. That was... that was really silly. Done. Silly on my part, I mean. Inequality Palisade. Okay, this. So 1, 2. Okay. This. So 2, 3. In fact, this is at least 3. So 3, 4. And we know that this and this are not the same, so this goes at least at most here 2, 3, 4. What then? So this will see 3 out of 4 of its neighbors and cause all of them to be at least size 4. So out of these 3 numbers, 2 of them are 4 plus. So one of these 2 is 4 plus. If that's 4 plus, that's 5 plus. If that's 4 plus, that's 5 plus. Well, sorry. This has to expand, right? It is a dead end of size 2 plus, so it expands. And is there an issue now with this picking that up? Because if this picks that up, it will say that, hey, you are 4 plus, so this has to be 5 plus. But it can still be 5 plus without picking that up. It can be exactly 5. So that seems okay. Ah, sorry. Because of this border, we can't draw the border here, because this would pick up both of those, which breaks that border. So this must happen. So you now are 4 plus. Could join this right now as it stands. And similarly, we can't draw this border because again, we would pick up both of those. So this must happen and this must happen. And now this must be 5 plus, but it can't go through red to be 5 plus. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And it still needs one more after that. And it's different from this. And now this must do that. This must do this. This is 4, 5. Has to go at least there. And this is... What is this inequality sign doing? We already know that this is... Well, I don't know. Yeah, this equality sign seems like it won't do anything, but we'll see. This cannot belong to red, or else it would have at most 2 borders. So it must look elsewhere, and now red. Well, we don't know. Red can still join blue or purple, but not both. But can it join neither? Maybe. I think maybe it can. Ah, wait, so red can't join both blue and purple. It could maybe join neither. Ah, if it joins blue, then that will be 7, which would force purple to be 8 plus. But how many tiles does purple still have access to? 1, 2, 3, 4. Purple could be 8. So red and blue could join. Ah, no, wait. No, that's not possible. Let me just make this yellow, because 2 purple is confusing. So if red and blue join, then they become size 7, and they will claim that purple must be at least size 8. But purple only has access to 4 more tiles, because this can't expand further. So purple only has access to 4 more tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4. But if purple does that, then this says 8 less than 9. But this clearly has no access to 9 tiles, does it? Because red blue is forced 7, so this has at most access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles. Therefore, red and blue cannot join. And we get this. And these are different. And now this is 4. This is at least 5. So we must go here, and then we must stop. And this has to do that, and these are therefore different. And this is less than 4. This is exactly 4, so this is exactly 3. This is a dead end that must expand and can expand no further. This is forced to be size 1 because it's less than 2. And this must grow there, and like I said, this inequality was useless. Okay. And some upside down shenanigans happening here, which is interesting. Those windows look upside down. Technically, you could make windows that look like that to be confusing. I wonder if there's architecture like that out there in the world, which purposely, I mean, surely there is, which purposely tries to be confusing for artistic purposes. Alright, these unlocked. What was it? It was rose windows. Rose windows inequality. Man, I wish it just defaulted to the beautiful versions of the colors, like the hard versions every time. Alright, so dead end expand. Actually, let's put the colors here. This still seeks its partner. Oops. And we know that 3 different colors exist here. So blue still needs to visit that somehow. Red seeks its color. This can only be blue. Red already visited one of the 3 musketeers, so it can't visit that one. So that one is yellow. This now can only be yellow. So that's red. And now blue is 5, so... What? What? Dude, what is happening? How am I breaking? Like, this puzzle should be impossible to break. It's so railroaded. Oh, did I do this at the start? That's why I broke it. That's so silly of me. Anyway, this can't be blue or yellow. Can it? No, maybe it can. But it can't... Can it be blue? Maybe. I mean, clearly this can't be red, right? Or maybe it can. Huh. Sorry, it was only so railroaded because I thought, I don't know, I randomly drew that in. Alright, different approach. Different approach. 24 tiles. And these 3 numbers here sum to 24. And... that kind of brute forces the arithmetic. I'm not sure that that's helpful. And even if we brute forced the arithmetic, I don't think it would be that helpful. Because then we would still need to brute force other stuff. So I don't think that's the way. Well, let's see. Yellow. I mean, this can be yellow. Wait. This is red or yellow. Okay, wait. This is red or yellow. Because if blue tries to pick it up, it kills yellow. And this is red or blue, because if yellow doesn't even have access to it. And this is blue or yellow, therefore, isn't it? Or can red still pick that up? If red picks that up, then that's blue. Then that's yellow. But we also need the 3 colors here. What is going on here? What is going on here? I don't know. And I'm hungry. I'm definitely gonna go eat after this. So, like, if that's red, that's yellow, that's blue. And if that's not red, that's blue. Can this still be red? I don't know. I don't think so, though. Alright, let's look at something else. This is at least 5. Five, 6, 7 is only 18, nowhere near 24. But does it tell us something? I mean, okay, so this passage here, must someone use it? I think someone must use this passage, because if that passage is unavailable... then... Feels a bit tricky to prove that that passage must be used, but... yeah, I mean, without that passage, red can only pick this up, right? Yeah. If it tries to pick something else up, then it's isolating 2 of these. So that's pretty clear. So if that passage is locked, red must pick this up, which forces this sort of thing. Yellow now only has access to this, and it's forced to be size 9, but... ah, okay, so what I can draw in, actually, is... 24. I can set this minimum, because... let's see, 5, 6, 7 is... I said 18, right? 13 plus 5 is 18. Yes. So 5 to 7 is 18. 6. If it's 6, then... if the minimum is 6, then it's at minimum what? Minus 5 is 13 plus 9 is 22. That's still acceptable. But 7 is not. 22 minus 6 is 16 plus 10 is 26. And we have 24, so this is not acceptable. So this is at most 6. Okay, this is at most 6. Which means that if this passage is closed, because 4 can't go to avoid that, as it would lock these two in. Therefore, if this happens and this happens, now yellow is the only one access to this and it breaks. But is this acceptable logic? I don't know. It feels a bit brute force-ish. Let's try to find something else. Namely, this is at maximum of 6, so it cannot be red. If it tries to be red, at minimum it picks those 4 up. No, it could. Well, yeah, even this, that's the minimum and it's no good, so it's not red. So we know this is blue or yellow. And if it's yellow, it can't be through this passage, because that passage isolates this. And now yellow still needs 2 tiles. So if it's yellow, then it has to be that. Which means this. And then whatever this is has to get out. Okay. Still not sure where that leads. Feels brute force-ish to try to go down that line. Blue or yellow there. This is difficulty 3, by the way. Interesting. Damn. I'm out of energy. Because I need to go eat. Should I just pause this? And then solve it after? Maybe I should. Let's do one last attempt, and then if I can't see it, I'll go eat first. So... red, blue, red, yellow, blue, yellow. Red can't grab that. Red grabs one of those. And if it grabs this, then this can't use that passageway, so it would have to get out this way and this way. And so that's not red. So if red grabs the middle one, this has to be yellow. And so that's blue with size 6. 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. So when it's 6, 19 remaining. 7, 8 is only 15. So there's 4 wiggle room. That's red. But this has to be yellow. I mean, this is fine, and it is the solution, but I bifurcated. I said if this is red, red could have just been this. Who cares? And then this can't be non-red. because red is cut off. Yeah, like, here anything seems still possible. Ah. Ugh, I shouldn't have completed the bifurcation solution, because now it's marked done, but it shouldn't be marked done. And I want to go. What am I missing, dude? It's difficulty 3, like it can't be that hard. What am I missing? I think this can't have excessive moves, can it? Yeah, now it's broken. This can never pick that up, for instance, because, like, the closest, we know it's at most size 6, and it needs to use up at least 5 moves, for example, to get to yellow, or 6 to get to blue. And when it gets to yellow with 5 moves, the only additional tiles it can pick up need not to cut the board off, and the only ones possible are this. So it can actually never pick this up as yellow, and as blue it needs to use up 4 tiles just to reach blue. So this can never have excessive moves, so this must happen. And now whoever lives here, how far do they need to go up? Well, they need to pick one of these up, so they have to go through that far. Because they can't pick one of those up through the bottom. Because if they try to, this will be forced to cut them off from one of these two. So whoever lives here has to go up this way to pick one of those two up. Then. And this can't be green. Because either is green through here, which cuts that off, or is green through here, which... I don't know, man. Wait, so with the same logic, this cannot be purple, right? Yeah, so the same logic still exists. It cannot do excessive moves. It can still do that with the blue, or this with blue or yellow, but it cannot do this. Because now if it does this, it couldn't do that. I mean, look, if it does this, what can it do? It can't join blue, it will be larger than 6. And it cannot join... No, it cannot join yellow through here. If it wanted to join yellow, it would have to go through here. And now it's already exceeding. So this, again, can't go there. So this is still green. But green doesn't have to pick this up, I don't think. Because green could pick that up with red, no? No. No, it can't. Hang on. So green? Why can green not pick this up? What am I not seeing? Let's see, if this is green, then it's either red or it's blue. If it's blue, and green has to be blue, then it has to go through here. Oh, and that just cuts red off. Wait, but that's some deep bifurcation right there. It's like two if conditions. It's like, or sorry, two whatever, two. What's the word I'm looking for? Not hypothesis. It's like, or it's not statement either. It's like a supposition or something. It's like both if green is this and then if green is blue. Like, no, I'm not doing that. So wait, how many tiles does green still need to finish? It needs at least... It still needs a lot of tiles, huh? Like, if it's yellow... Oh, wait, also, yeah, like, green is one of these two, we know that. So, let's say it's this. So it needs at least one tile there. And then if it's yellow, it needs at least 4 more tiles. So that would make it... 10. Size 10, which would make that 11. 10, 11, 21. Ah. So this can't be green due to arithmetic. No, but wait, if green joins blue, then it only needs 5 more. Then it would be 10. Oh, then it would again be 10. Ten, 11 is 21 plus 5, 26. We don't have enough tiles. So green just can't go here, can it? Because the moment it goes there, it's at least size 10, and the inequality breaks the arithmetic of the board. Is that the solution? Who knows? But I'm done with this puzzle, because I'm too hungry. This can be blue or yellow. So that's blue or yellow. And at the same time, it's purple. This is green. This is teal. Teal, green. And green is red or yellow. And teal is red or blue. Red is green or teal. Blue is purple or teal. Yellow is purple or green. Is anything forcing something here? Dude, how? Like, what am I missing? Like, they just plop down a difficulty 3 puzzle here and they're like, yeah, this one is not that hard. Yeah, dude, I'm sitting here for half an hour and I can't solve it. Because I'm just blind, apparently. Like, what magic do you not see? Or don't tell me that the magic is that you're just supposed to brute force it. Because then I'm literally just gonna be mad at this point. Again, it would be my fault for assuming otherwise, but... I mean, I've already brute forced the solution before, so maybe it's literally just that. Maybe you're literally just supposed to brute force it and be done in a few minutes instead of an hour. Maybe, who knows? Or maybe there's some logic I'm not seeing. Ah, hold on. Teal is at least 6. And how many tiles does it see? Oh, that's the logic that I was missing. Teal. Teal is under pressure. If teal joins blue, then in order for it to see 6, it has to cut red off. So teal is not, in fact, blue. Teal is red. Now we know that's teal. And it's red. So if red is taken, then green is yellow. And purple is blue. And therefore this is 6, so this is 7. Ay, 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 ay. That was rough. That was rough. And I don't even know if I solved it properly, because I know that I brute force it initially. But then after that, with the green logic, that seemed quite powerful. Like, or sorry, it seemed like that was the right approach maybe, but then I don't know if I did another thing that was brute force-ish. And then there's more here. Jesus. And then there's this. Okay, I see how it is. There's still a lot of stuff to go here. 41. What has been the largest window so far? 41 seems up there, no? Wait, 41? Is it literally the largest window so far? Seems like it. Yeah. Oh no, wait, this was 48. Wow, this was 48. Anyway, I have to go eat. Another cut, and another day has passed. This is now the longest video in days elapsed since previous video. But that's okay. That is how the cookie crumbles let's continue. It's a combination of both the areas getting harder and also lingering burnout from that really long video, which is the previous video. Anyway, so this is the final puzzle in this sequence of Inequality Rose window, right? Yes. Alright, so once again, we need to look at the passage ways. Well, we know this. So we know this. And I believe, let's say this is red and this is blue. I believe blue must go in here, because if it doesn't, then yellow can't go there without cutting blue off. Yeah, yellow is unable to grab this without cutting blue off. So yeah, this has to be blue, and therefore this is yellow, and that's yellow. And blue can't go through this passageway to pick those up, so must go through here. And I mean, again, I get the urge to just solve this like with intuitive brute force. So it's asking us to make yellow the largest and red the smallest. So I would just try something like this and see if it works, you know, if I was trying to solve it intuitively. Oops. 10. Hang on. 10, 11. So there's 32 tiles, is there? Yes. Well, blue could take here. But then they would be equal. So that tells us that red is not allowed to be 10. But again, like, I have only proven this through... Well, no. I have found that observation through intuitive brute force, but it is still a valid observation that if the smallest value, well, it's through this, you know, it's like this is at most 9, basically, because 10, 11, 12 doesn't work, right? Because that's 33 and we only have 32. So I could have found that through checking the arithmetic, but anyway, we know this is at most 9. So because it is at most 9, where were we? Yeah, this was forced. Okay, so it already has 5. Within 4 more steps, because it's maximum 9, at most within 4 more steps it must pick up a symbol. So this is the only one it can reach. And then obviously blue cannot pick this up. I mean, it could. No, it can't. If blue wants to pick this up, it either has to cut red off to go beneath this, or if it cannot go beneath this, or like along the outside of the board, it has to go through that. So blue simply cannot pick that up. So we know blue is this. And we know yellow is this. Now, yellow cannot go through this passage and connect to itself because it would have to cut everyone off. So yellow must connect through this passage. And again, blue can't connect through here because it would cut red off, so blue must connect through this passage. Now red is minimum 8, maximum 9. Which means that red is only thinking about these 3 squares. Because... And in fact, red must pick these 2 squares up no matter what, doesn't it? Because if it doesn't, like if it avoids any one of them, it will be forced to pick up 4 squares, making it too large. It's maximum 9. And same here. It would be forced to pick up too many squares. Like this. So, we know these are red. Okay. Now, because red is at least 8, blue now has to be at least 9. And we can easily do that, like this and this, because we have to do those, because any other move, like blue can't do this, because now yellow can't be larger than blue. So, because blue is not allowed to do that, and it needs at least 2 more tiles to be larger than red, it can be these 2 tiles, it can be at most that, otherwise it would cut yellow off, so no matter what, it must go this way. Okay. Now, how about yellow? Yellow here sees 8, so no matter what, it must go at least here. But, here is the thing. We know that every tile has to belong to someone, and red can only pick up at most 1 of these 4 tiles. And blue, well, blue is actually not allowed to pick up any of these tiles, because the moment blue picks up like if blue picks this up, yellow obviously can't be larger than blue. If blue picks this up, yellow can be larger, but the thing is, we know red can only pick up 1, so blue would have to pick up 3, and that would make it larger than yellow. So for that reason, blue can pick up neither this nor that. But blue still must be larger than red, therefore it must go here. And it can't grow further or else it cuts yellow off. And so now, red is not allowed to grow further or else the inequality breaks with blue. So yellow is forced to pick up the rest. Alright, that's pretty easy. I mean, like, this was really forced. Like, look, they force you to do this and that, which forces this. And it's fairly easy to see. We know that every inequality has to be, like, there are 3 different values and there are only 3 regions in the board. And so it's pretty easy to see blue must go here, otherwise it cuts yellow off. Because if blue doesn't go there, that is yellow and that's yellow. And this is an invalid pattern for orthogonal regions. They cut each other off. So it's pretty easy that blue must go there and then yellow there. And then it's like all the stuff is really forced, and then it's just about the arithmetic. I suppose maybe I got lucky with the arithmetic because I explored the puzzle intuitively first, and then I stumbled upon the fact that red can't be larger than 9 region size. But the thing is, I've used the region size logic before. It's just this time I chose to explore it intuitively first because I really felt like intuitively this puzzle is easy. And I just wanted to showcase that, but anyway. Let's continue. Rose windows inequality. Okay. So there's something that we know here. We know that on the left side of the board, there are 2, 4, 5 regions. 5. And on the right side, 6. Okay. So we know how many regions there are. And there are inequalities between the two sides of the board. But before that, let's just finish note-taking. This obviously has to get out, and then now it no longer has to grow further, but it could. This can only see that square, because even if it goes through here, it reaches a dead end. And that's, I think, all we know on the right side. On the left side, there's this interesting diagonal of triangles. Which means that each triangle this triangle rather can only get out through this, but it doesn't have to, because there is another circle it sees in here. However, if this wants to pick up that circle, it has to be with this square. So either this goes north, or it picks that up along the edge. Alright, let's look at this inequality. So we know this region is minimum 3. So this is 4 or larger. And so is that. We don't know about this because this could be larger than 3, so the minimum doesn't tell us much. But it does tell us that these borders exist, because if these are together, then these two regions are both less than or greater than each other, which is no good. So we know this, and this, and this. And now this yellow region only sees that blue, because if it doesn't pick that blue up, it can't pick this up because of the border, and it's warded by the wall of triangles, and there's no other blue square, sorry, it has access to. I'm trying to call the symbols by their shape, because otherwise it's confusing with the region colors. So therefore this is this, and then they must therefore pick that up, because otherwise it's isolated, so they do. And now this is minimum 4, so this is minimum 5. So these are minimum 6. Although this one is minimum 7, because it's still, in fact, it already is forced to move there. So we know that's minimum 7, but that doesn't matter right now. This one is more relevant to look at. Also, because this is minimum 5, it has to move. and move. It can't touch any symbols. Now this has a quest. It must seek salvation with a square, and even if it goes north, it must still go east. Could find salvation with this green square, or it could go elsewhere. We know one of these two triangles belongs to this yellow area, and the other can belong to purple or green, or both if purple and green are together. Okay. What else? We know this. Oh, and we know this. Hang on. We know that this is now forced 7. So, therefore, we know that this is 5 or 6. Which means that this is 4 to 5. And so this is the only tile in question it has. In fact, we know this. And we know this is also, at most, 5. Okay. This is only asking about this tile. And that's it. Oh, and look, here again, the inequalities split these two. And we know this is at least 6. So it's gonna have to work for that. This is now locked in as 4. This has to find its symbols, so it must get out. And now only one more region exists in here. So these are those 3 regions. And so blue and green have to decide between these 2 squares. And clearly purple cannot grab that triangle because it can't go through here, here, or here because it can't pick these up. So purple is thinking between these 2 triangles, but whichever triangle it gets, it will still need to grow at least to be size 6. And the only path through either triangle will be through here. 3, 4, 5. And so now it isolates this triangle, so it must pick it up. Therefore it can't, and it must still expand further. And so now this must find salvation. And this can't get a square, so it is in fact exactly size 6. So therefore this region is exactly size 5. And it is already, so it's done. And therefore this is smaller than that, so it's at most size 4 now. Okay. It is at most size 4, and it will have to be size 4 because it still needs 2 more symbols. So it's at most size 4, and it needs to grow at least to size 4, so it is size 4. So now this is at most 3. This is 5 or higher. And this is at most 3. Therefore, these are all different. These are different because they can't see each other within 3, and these are different because this is 5 or higher and this is 3 or lower. Now, of course, 3 is the minimum size in this puzzle because there are 3 symbols. And so this must expand, and then it picks up one of these 2 squares, but this expands, so this is now done here. Is exactly 3. And we know this is also... Wait, how can this be at most 3? It can't. So I've broken the puzzle. Oh, sorry. Wait, let me go back. I'm so silly. This is the only one that this region sees right now. Why did I draw stuff in for these? This region doesn't see them. Sorry. So this is at most 3. And because 3 is the minimum region in this puzzle, it is exactly 3. So every step must pick up a symbol. So it must go this way. It can't go that way. And now it decides between those 2, but it cannot visit this. Okay. Then... this one cannot visit these 2. It has to choose between either those 2 or those 2. Which means that these 2 are always together, doesn't it? There's no way to draw this, because then this region can't find a triangle, for example. So these are always together, which means that these cannot be, because of the 2 different inequality signs, and they must expand. And this is all forced. So this is now size 4. So this is 5 or higher. Therefore, it's not green. And because this is 5, minimum 5, this is minimum 6. So green is forced here. This is forced to be 7. So this is 8 or higher. It's 4, 5, 6. It cannot join either of those colors, and it has access to only 2 more unclaimed tiles, so it must claim them because it's 8 or higher. And it is now exactly 8. And now this needs to expand, cannot join there, must join here. And that's the last region. Nice, really cool puzzle. I mean, both this 5 and this 4 to me were way easier than this 3. Why is that? I don't know. Maybe I was just missing something yesterday? Like, I don't know, this just felt like such a difficult puzzle to me yesterday. Well, let's continue. Inequality polyomino. These cannot be together, and this only sees 1 2 by 2, which is that. These are not together. And we can start here. This is a locked 4, so this is 5 or higher. Therefore, it's not this. Therefore, this happens. This is 2 or higher, so it must get out, and now it's... Oops. Now it's that. So it's this. And then here... this is 4 or higher. What next? Well, this can never pick that up, can it? Yeah, it cannot. And so now it's either that, or that, or that. But it's not this ever, and so it must always pick this up, because here it's just broken, so this always happens. And we know this is a 4, so this is at most 3. Well, I guess let's look at this maybe, because it's not purple, and and it can't be this because it would block purple. So, and it can't go here either, because if it goes here, it must go there and be that. Otherwise, if it's like this, then that's a dead end, and every dead end, once it takes a step, has to create an orthogonal 1x3 and then continue, and it cannot do that. So this actually can never go that way. And now, can this be a dead end? It can't be a dead end and go that way, because there's no room. It could be a dead end and go this way. So this is an option. Alternatively, if it is not a dead end, then it's part of a 1x3, and the only 1x3 it could be a part of is this. And then the two ends of the 1x3 need to have orthogonal steps. So it's either this or it's this. In both cases, this happens. And in both cases, it cannot pick this up. So now this 5, well, this 5 has options. This 5 can pick up any 3 of these, any 2 of these 3. So we don't know. It's gonna be decided by this red. Okay, well, what about this one? This one seems like it has a good few options, so I kinda don't know. All we know is that we couldn't have this be yellow and this be red, because then it's 5 and 5. So that's interesting. Oh, I just saw something. Wait. Or no, never mind. I thought this has to go here and forces this to be max 2, but that's not the case. Although, hold on. Look, if this 3 is vertical, then this is max 2, which it has to be because it's not 1 for sure. And that would force this to be a 1. And if it's horizontal, well, if it is horizontal, it could also be horizontal like this. So yeah, we just don't know. I mean, if it's horizontal like this, this is still a 1. And if it's horizontal like this, then this is still a 1. And if it's vertical, this is still a 1. So this is just always a 1. But like, who cares? That doesn't help us in any way. But I suppose we can lock that in. So we know this can't, we couldn't have this be yellow and this be red at the same time. But we already knew that because the only way this can be yellow would cut red off from, you know, picking this tile up. So that's whatever. Ah, but hold on. I think, yeah, this can't be yellow anyway, because look, if this is yellow, the only way this shape can be satisfied is what? Well, it can't go that way. Because we ask, is this tile a dead end or not? Every dead end has the property of being part of a 1x3, and every non-dead end has the property of also being part of a 1x3. But the non-dead ends have the property of being the middle of a 1x3, and this cannot be the middle of a 1x3. Therefore, it must be a dead end. But if it is a dead end, and each dead end has only one path, right? Only has one neighbor. And so because this is a dead end, it cannot have this neighbor as well, because it already has another neighbor. So if yellow goes here, it has to do this. And then it needs to form a 1x3 and then an orthogonal 1x3 in the middle, which cannot be that. It would have to be this. But now, this tile is asking to be larger than 5. So it has to be 6, but it has no room because it can't pick red up because red is 5, not 6 or higher. So it has no room. So that actually cannot be yellow. It cannot be yellow. And so now where is yellow? Well, this, I think we know this tile cannot be a dead end, because if it is, it has to form a 1x3 first of all, which couldn't be this 1x3. Again, if this is a dead end. I know it can be the middle tiles, which it will be, but if it was a 1x3, it will pick a direction and then form a 1x3 either from the middle or from the end. It couldn't be that direction. It could be... Okay, no, it could be a dead end. Never mind. So maybe finding this did not help us that much. Is this inequality doing anything? Feels like it's not. Also, purple could pick all 3 of these up, by the way. Ah, hang on. Maybe this can't do that because yellow runs out of room. Right. Ah, okay, but this only happened once we drew this border, so this border was helpful, because now this SZ cannot go that far. So because it cannot see this tile, it must see that tile. Otherwise, yeah. So it must do this. and this. But again, I don't see how that helps us. Well, I suppose let's try this. This might still cut yellow off. Yeah, that still cuts yellow off. So it just can't go south altogether. Okay. Now, if this goes this way, then yellow... I think yellow just always has to pick this up, no? No, it can do that. Actually, yellow can never pick this up, can it? Now this has to be 6 or higher, which has to cut the 3 off. So we know that's not yellow, but again, that's not very helpful, is it? Because this could still be yellow. And that is fine. What am I not seeing? Oh wait, if this goes here... Wait, well, this was never possible? Because how can yellow exist? This seems like it was literally never possible, I just didn't realize. Yeah, like yellow cannot exist like that, so yeah, red cannot do that, so... It must... this cannot be the dead end, therefore. So it must do this. Purple must do that. This is a dead end. That is at least size 2, so it must expand. And now if it is not yellow, then yellow cannot exist. So it is yellow. It's a dead end in yellow. Every dead end in yellow forms a 1x3. And now since an orthogonal 1x3 started here, it must finish. This is at least size 2. Therefore, and it is exactly size 2, therefore this is size 1, therefore this must go north. This inequality apparently just... Oh no, it does do something. Didn't it stop this? No, that was never possible. Ah, okay, so one of these inequalities is what stopped this, but we didn't need both. Did we? Whatever, I don't care. And now we could have that 1, 3, 4. We cannot have this because then this is 1. So it must be this. Interesting puzzle. Some tricky things in there. Inequality. Alright, let's identify... Let's just do it like this. Let's just manually find the... This is at least 2. This is at least 3. This is at least 2. This is at least 3. This is at least 4. It is exactly 4. Let's write some notes in now. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 1 because it can't join the 3. Yeah, because these two see each other, these two can't. And now this can't be 3 because then this... Well, the other way to see it is this is at least a 3 and it must expand and it sees all 3. So this is at least 4 and it expands here. This is at least 5. This is also at least 5 and it sees that it's at least 6. So the 5 moves, the 4 moves, they cannot be the same. 5 and 6. This gets out, this has to get out. It can still grow, because it doesn't have to be exactly 5. It can be 5 or larger. But cannot be the same as that. This is at least 6, but it can join this to be larger than 6. Ah, but wait. No, yeah, that's fine. 3, 4, 5, 6. So either this picks these up and then breaks yellow. It can't join red. Let's call this purple instead. So either teal does those and then breaks purple, or it joins purple, so it must join purple. So now it's in fact 8, so this is now 9 or higher. This is now 8 or higher. This is now locked in as a 5, which is fine. Also, purple in fact can't pick those up anymore, so purple is locked in as 8. Let's lock that in here. Okay. So this must always go this way, so this is locked as 10 or higher. So it must always go through here. 4. If it picks all of these up, it's 9, so it must always get to there. And it can go further. Ah, but hold on. It cannot pick both of these up, so right now its maximum is 8. So it must go this way, so it cannot pick this up. Right now its maximum, it can pick at most one of those up. Ah, wait, it must pick this up, so it can't pick that. Alright, so it must go at least this far. This is at least 2. And that's at least 2, so they're both dead ends that must expand. Now this is 5. It can't pick this up because it locks itself. So this happens. 5. It can't pick this up or else it locks itself. And it can't pick this up, so it must go at least this far. Oh, by the way, this can't pick that up, so it must go this way. And it cannot pick that up. So it is locked 4. Okay, this has to get out. Cannot pick this up. Or no, it could. It could. So yeah, we don't know. Ah, in fact, this cannot happen. Because then this cannot get out. Okay. So this must happen. And now... that doesn't tell us much. Ah, no, it does. It does. Look, there's an inequality here. So this is 8 or higher. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now it sees that is 9 or higher, and it can't be that. And it cannot be this, because there's a sequence between this and this, because this is less than this, and this is larger than this through this. So these can't join. And this is at least 5. Here it's 3, 4. 5. So it is exactly 5. Now this is at least 9, and if it doesn't join red, it cannot be, so it must join red. This is at least 8, so it goes there. So this area is complete. But this is now 16. Locked. So this is 17 or higher. So it has to keep growing. And it has 2 more tiles available that it must claim both. So now this is 18 or higher, as is that. And this is 19 or higher. And we have 39 tiles available. 18 plus 19 is 37. So we know that these have to be the same, because there's no room for them to be different. And we have 1 tile leeway. Or no, 2 tiles leeway. Yeah, there are 2 tiles that will be unclaimed. Everything else is red or blue. But blue can't hit the edge, because it would cut red off, because red already sees the edge in 2 different locations, so this one's tapping. Ah, but that's not true, because there are 2 tiles that do not belong to one of them. Well, but the point is, blue can't pick those tiles up. So what can blue pick up? Blue can pick up 20 tiles. So out of these 20 tiles, blue picks up 19. And how many does red have? 19? Ah, okay, wait. It could be that red is 19. Oh, wait. Red has to be at least 19. Yeah. If red tried to be less than 19, the only way it can accomplish that is to delete a row or a column. For example, like this. But then blue wouldn't have enough space. And if we wanted to expand red to give blue enough space, for example, like this, it would have to become 19 again. So therefore this is not at least 19. And that the other is 20. And then it has to be that this picks up the edge, and that gives us, once they're 19 and 20, they have to pick up every tile, and red has to be picking up all of the edge, and then blue can pick up the rest. Done. All right. Inequality. 1, minimum 2, minimum 3, minimum 2. Now these cannot join. Minimum 3, minimum 4, minimum 4, and it cannot join that, so it must go at least this far. And now it could either join that or pick this up, or both. Can it do both? I don't know, but so this is 4 or higher, this is 5 or higher. And it cannot join that, so 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 6 or higher. And it cannot join this. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's exactly 6. The reason it can't join that is because this would have to be 7 or higher, and it cannot do that. Because it cannot join this, because then issue. So this is exactly 6. This is 7 or higher. And now this is maximum 5, but it's also minimum 5, so it's exactly 5. This is minimum 4, maximum 4, so it's exactly 4. So this must be exactly 3. And therefore it's locked. And so this has to be exactly 2, therefore it's locked. This has to be 3 or lower, so it can't join that. And so now this must be 1. And this must be 2. So this picks this up. This is 1 or 2. This could join the 5. Ah, wait, 1. This is 2 or higher, so this is 3 or higher, so it must join the 5. 5 is now locked. This is locked 2, because we have drawn this in earlier, so this is locked 1. What? I wasn't done. Dude. This is 7 or higher, but it can't pick this up, so it must pick the rest up. And this is 8 or higher, and it only sees 8. Now I'm done. Okay. One more to guild, but there's still tons of puzzles available. Well, not tons, but a good few. Let's do these up on the roof. Inequality, 1, 2, 3 or higher, 4 or higher, 5 or higher, 6 or higher, 6 or higher, 7 or higher, maximum 3. No, not maximum 3. We don't know anything about this one. Okay. So dead end expansion, there's a sequence tying these, so they cannot join. These could join. How many tiles do we have? 25. 25? So are we forced to minimize? Because we know that these at least are unique. They could join these. We don't know. And what is this sum? 10 plus 10 plus 5 is 25. And we said we have 25, right? Yes. Okay, so these are all locked. Not only are they locked, but these are not unique. So they must join someone. All right. Furthermore, every tile in this board joins one of these 5 core tiles. Okay. So this can join the 3 or the 5. This can join the 6 or the 7. The 7 can go at most here. So 4, 5, 6, 7 must go at least that far. The 3... Actually, wait. The 7 cannot go that far. Out of these 3 tiles, the 4 needs 2. So the 7 can take at most 1. So it's 5, 6, 7. And then out of these 9 tiles, the 4 takes 2, the 3 takes 3. That's 5 out of 9. 4 remain. 3 out of those 4 is the 5. 1 remains, which cannot be isolated, can only belong... Well, it can still belong to the 6 or the 7. Oh, but wait. Sorry. This solves it for us, because this has to be the 3. It can't be the 5 or the 6. So it must join to the 3. So this must happen. And this has to get out and can only join the 5. So now the 6 must expand north and the 7 south and the 4 takes the rest. Nice. Cool puzzle. Golden Age, Guild 20 windows, says the achievement. Inequality. So we have a sequence here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are the minimums. 36. The sum of 1 to 8 is 36 indeed. 8 times 9 over 2 is 36. So they are all forced to be minimums. Not gonna bother circling them in. So let us see who can reach the corners. This corner is under the most pressure, I think. And that to an extent. Yeah, so let's look at this corner. This corner is very interesting. So whoever goes to pick this corner up, because we know these are the 8 core tiles, and every tile on the board belongs to them. So whoever goes to pick that up must go through this dead end, but therefore must pick all of these up. So whoever picks this up already has to carry 4. Can be the 7 or the 8. Okay. And whoever picks this corner up clearly can't also pick this corner up, because to connect those 2 corners we need to use up at least a lot of tiles, 9 tiles. So who can pick this up? Not the 2, not the 3, not the 4, not the 5, not the 6, not the 7. Must be the 8. And so the 8 cannot pick red up and has to go through here, obviously, because that's too long. So red can't, 8 can't pick red up. If it tried to, it would already be size 6 and nobody could pick this corner up. So this must happen. And now, well, now blue has to pick almost all of these tiles up over here. So like this 2 can't reach these tiles. Nobody else can except for the 8. Same for these and these. And so 8 has to pick all of those up and is done now. This now can only be the 7 and it's done. This now can only be the 6, and we cannot avoid that tile because nobody else could pick it up. And now the 6 can't pick up either of those two, so it must finish here. This has to be the 5. The 4 now has to always visit that tile. And between these two tiles, either the 4 takes both of them and the 5 takes that, or the 5 takes one of them, 4 takes one, and 4 goes here. But 4 can't go there because 3 gets cut off. So 4 has to take these and 5 has to take that. 3 takes these and we're done. Nice. Inequality, 1, at least 2, at least 3. Ooh. 1, at least 2, at least 3, at least 4, at least 5, at least 6. Okay, let's draw this in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven. 8. So do we have 36 again? Yes, okay, so they're all locked in. Consider them circled. So that's max 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Done. That felt much easier. Like, this puzzle was just a railroad compared to this, no? This had a little bit of thinking. This was just autopilot completion. Interesting. Like, this was just Dead End Expansion Central and then it just finished. But okay. What about this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And of course, some of these can join, so it's a bit more complicated than that. But we do have some Dead End Expansion, and we do have this sequence forcing this to not be together. Now then. Now then. We're working with 37 tiles. 37 tiles, and sum of 1 to 6 is 21. So clearly we couldn't have both of these groups to be completely separate, because even at minimum they would have to be 42. So some of them have to join together. Oh, by the way, these are also different. So these already have to join. They're both the 4th in the sequence, so that doesn't tell us much. Okay, let me see something. So 1 to 6 is 21. 2 to 7 is 28. 3 to 8 is 36. Plus 7 plus 8 plus 9, that's the sequence. So that's the max. So these small ones can be at most 3, right? They can be at most 3. If they were at most 3, they would push 3, 4, 5, 6. This would be 6. But this could be, of course, higher than 6, because if these are 1, 2, 3. Ah, but wait, hold on. It's more nuanced than that. I think these two can never join. So here's the thing. Because these are at most 3, the minimums that is, they can never join. So now they're pushing these up. 22, 29, 37. These two being unique are pushing the sums up by at least 1. And now we're scarily approaching 37, which would almost put this down to 2 to 7. And if it does, then the 2s will also be unable to draw. I mean, wait, the 2s? I mean, clearly the 2s are also already limited. Like, there should be a pretty easy way to prove that. So let's, yeah, I can prove it by minimizing the 1s for a sec. So if I minimize the 1s, I have a sum of 2, and then what's the largest this can be? Could it be 4? It would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Even if they could join, I think that would break, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is sum 1 to 8 minus 1, which is 35. 35, 36, 37. And these two can't join, so yeah, that doesn't work. So these are maximum 3, actually. And because these are maximum 3, yeah, so if these are maximum 3, then these can't be. Neither of them can be 3. And if they're maximum 2, we now are in this world. Now, can we go down to the previous world? Well, let's look at these. Can we force these to not be able to join? I mean, by the way, we already know these are joined, so for these two to join, yeah, they can't join. They would have to go through something they're not allowed to go through. Okay, so those cannot join. So what is our minimum overhead right now in the sum? It's like at least 2 1s, which is 2, at least 2 2s, which is 4. So 2 plus 4, our minimum overhead is 6. So what is the largest we can make this? Could it be a 4? If it was 4, it would be 4. Could either of them be 4 is what I want to know. If we make either of them 4, and we keep the other as 3, then the minimum overhead is 9 on the one that we're not looking at, and the other to try to be 4 would force 4, 5, 6, 7. And even if we assumed that these could join, which again is probably not possible, but even if they could, 4, 5, 6, 7 is what? 4, 5 is 9. 6, 7 is 13, so that's 21 plus 9 is 30. And then this is 5, so that's 6, 7, another 13. Yeah, that's not possible. So these are at most 3. And once these are at most 3, this is at most 2, this is at most 1. So this is all locked now. Alright, now let's do some more math. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 6 plus 6 is 12. We're at 12 overhead. So now can this be larger than 5? If it was... Sorry, can it be larger than 4? If it was 5, then it forces 6, 7 in both of these, which is 13. 13 is 26. plus 5, 31, plus 12, too much. Alright, so this cannot be larger than 4. Okay, our overhead has gone up to... This is one region, so it's 6 plus 6 is 12, plus 4 is 16. Can this be larger than 6? If it was, then this is minimum 11. So the other side is minimum 11, so our overhead is minimum 27. Ah, but these could join. Wait. The 2 6s can join and be some large number. So far that was never the case. Like, I could do this logic so far because each time the 2 sides corresponding to each other couldn't join, so there were separate overheads. Or like the other side caused a guaranteed overhead, but now we don't know about this because it could join. Like, somehow. So what do we know? We know that we are taking up exactly 16 out of 37 so far. So that means 21 remain. 21 remain. Ah, okay, so here's what we know. If these were all separate, which in fact this and this must be separate, they cannot join. But if all of them were separate, they would be at least these and these, at least 22. But we only have 21 tiles remaining, right? Because we said 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 is 12, plus 4 is 16. 16 out of 37 leaves us with 21. So we can't have 5, 6, 5, 6, because that's 22. So what that means is, because these can't join, it means something has to join, but these can't. But wait, could these though join? The point is this can't join anything. Because it would have to go through something bad. So this has to join one of these two. We might even be able to force it to join this in a sec, but for now, it has to join one of those two. And it has to go through here. Because through here it's getting blocked. So it has to go through here. Okay. And I think now we can force it to join this. Why? Because if it joined this, it would be 8... Ah, in fact, it can't even join though, because it would have to go through here, and the 3 cuts it off. Okay, so it's even simpler than that. It has to join though. And now it is at least 8, 9, 10, 11. It's at least 11. So our overhead goes up to, if it is 11, it would go up to 27 out of 37. And we know that these are at least 2 5s that are separate, which would take us the way to 37. So we know that this is maximum, whatever I just said, 8, 9, 10, 11. Maximum 11. And these are locked 5. Because this was minimum 11 and now it's maximum 11. So it is 11. So these are locked 5s. Okay. And now it has to be exactly these two that it picks up, because every tile on the board has to belong to one of the core tiles. And this needs at least 2 tiles out of these 4. So it cannot pick this up. This must belong to the 5. This must belong to the 5. This must belong to the 5. 5 is done. This must belong to the 2. 2 is done. This must belong to either the 5 or the 3. In fact, the 3 has to always expand south, so it picks that up. This can only belong to the 4. 4 is done. This 11 similarly can only pick 2 out of these 4, so it cannot go south. So these must all belong to the 5. 3 is done, and the puzzle is done. Nice. Pretty cool puzzle. I like those counting puzzles. What's over here isolated? Mingle shape inequality. Okay. 1, at least 2. At least 2, at least 3. Exactly 2, sorry, at least 3. At least 2, at least 3. Let's see, at least 2, at least 3. At least 2, at least 3, at least 3. Okay. So, we cannot draw this border. So at least 3, at least 3. And now this can't be 3. Neither can that. So like the thing is, if this is 3 horizontally and this is at least 3, it would have to join because it couldn't be another 3. Same thing if this was one of those. So these are the same region. But this here is 1 guaranteed. That's 1 guaranteed. That's 1 guaranteed. That is 1 guaranteed. That is 1 guaranteed. So let's draw those in. So these have to join, and this can't be a 1, so this is locked. Okay. This is not a 1. Dead ends must expand around the 1. And so now this is less than 5, so it's at most 4, but it's at least 3, so it's 3 or 4. Dead ends must expand around 1s. Oh, this is also a locked one. So now this always has to pick that tile up. And these, that can't be a 1, so it must join this, same here. So this is now 4, so this is 5 or higher. That's a locked one, has to go there. So these did nothing. Gotta love that. Okay, this is 6 or higher, and it sees 4 here, so it must go that way. So it is exactly 6. Oh, that's a locked one. That's a dead end around the 1, it must expand. So now this could pick up 1 more max. And we know this is over here. We know this is at most 3. So it cannot join this. Now what shapes does this see? It sees 1s and 2s and 5s. So that doesn't tell us anything about whether this can go here or not. Ah, but it cannot go there because of the corner here. The corner couldn't be 2 1s or a 2, so it cannot go there. So it's a 3 now, which means this is maximum of a 2. So either it's a 1 or a 2, but it can't be a 2 because this would break, so it's a 1. And now this corner can't be a 1 or else it creates an issue. It can't be a 2, so it must be a 3. Alrighty. Size separation inequality. At least a 2. Every dead end that's at least a 2 must expand. Is there any sequence connected? Yes, here. 1, 2, at least 3. Okay. Any other sequences? Yes. These can't both be 1s. Which means at least one of them is a 2, or they're together a 2 or higher. So this is 3 or higher. Okay, now let's start writing. Because now this is 4 or higher. So it must always go at least this far. Okay, so now let's see. This is 4 or higher, 5 or higher, 3 or higher. So 3, 4, 5. Or higher. Right, this cannot be a 5. Wait. No, it could. Can it not? It could be a 5, forcing this to be a 6. But that would force this to be a 7, which it cannot be. Okay, so this cannot be a 6, because then it would force this to be a 7. So this is at least a 5, and it's at most a 5, so it's locked 5. This is at least 4, at most 4, locked 4. At least 3, at most 3, locked 3. I think this has to be... Because it's not both 1s. There's at least 1, 2 between them, but if this is a 2, then that's a 2. And if this is not a 2, then this is a 2. So this is always a 2. And it's either a 2 like that or like this. So now, because this is a locked 4, this is a new color that's not green. And that color could be 1 or 2, we don't know which. Ah, but if it is a 1, then this joins here. And then that's a 1. And if it's a 2, then this is a 4, and then this is a 5, which it cannot be. Okay, so actually this just can't go there. So it must go here. This is forced, this is forced. Okay. That's a 3 locked, and it's done. So now this is a 1 or a 3. If it's a 3, that's a 4 and a 2. But this can't go here. So this... No, but this can join all the way. Either it joins all the way, or this is a 1. Or it's a 4 and a 2. Okay, so there's a few options. That's locked 5, so that's 1. This is maximum 4. So this is maximum 3. But it could also just be a 1 or something. But we know this is at least a 2. Where do we look next? Let's see, if that's a 1, then this is expanding. And if that's not a 1, then that's a 3, then that's a 4 or higher. Ah, but wait, this can't be a 3, look. So it is forced 1. So that can't be a 1, so it's forced 2. And that's forced 2 already, so it's locked. And because that's a 2, this couldn't be a 2, but it could be a 1, forcing this to be a 3. So what are the options? Either this is a 1 or it's a 4. So this is 1 or 4. If it's 4, then this would have to be 5. But it couldn't be a 5 picking this up, because then this would have to be a 6, which it cannot be. So if this is a 4, this is a 5 exactly like this, and then this would have to be a 6, which it can be. So it is possible for this to be a 4, 5, 6. On the other hand, if it's a 1, then this cannot be a 1 and has to expand. So what we've learned is that whether this is a 1 or a 4, this always happens. So this is a 3 or a 4. And this has to be less, so this is a max. It's still a maximum of 3. Let's see. This cannot be a 1 because this would have to be a 2, which it can't be. So this is at least a 2. So this is at least a 3, but this cannot be a 3. Because then there are 2 3s, so it has to join and be a 6. If this is a 2, okay, if this can't be a 2, because it couldn't be a 2 north, and it can't be a 2 south, because it breaks this area. It would have to be 2 1s or a 2, which it can't be. So this is a 3 or higher. 3 or higher. Oh, and we know we cannot draw this border, right? We knew that from earlier. I should have mentioned that this must happen. When I said this is at least a 2, it wasn't just that. It was the fact that it has to pick this up no matter what. And now it can it finish as a 3? Can this be a 1? If that's a 1, then that's at least a 2. I mean, why can it be 1, 2, 1, 3? Isn't that possible? Ah, sorry. This can't be a 3. It sees a 3. Sorry. So this must happen. So this is a 4, and this is at least a 5, and it cannot see that. So these can't see, and then this has to pick all of them up because it's at least a 5. Yeah, sorry, I did some backwards logic here. I'm surprised that there existed other logic, because clearly it was really important to see this. And I missed it, and yet I still managed to lock this as a 6. Which is interesting. But anyway, cool puzzle. Alright, did we do everything except for the boss puzzle now? Perhaps we have. Perhaps we have. Now, this is a pretty large area. I am surprised. I did not expect such a large area. But I suppose we're well into the castle area now, so it's, yeah, look, this area is fairly large as well. In fact, I haven't even looked at what we unlocked. Look, this is the first time. The throne room. There's a throne room here. Look at that. And then paradise awaits or something. I don't know. The gates of heaven. Okay, pretty cool. We'll take a better look once we get there, but for now, let's go ahead and finish this area. So I think this is the last thing awaiting us in here. No, I'm wrong. Look, there's something here. I need to take a better look around. Let's not get hasty. Let's see. Any dead ends? Yes, here. This is at least a 2. That's at least a 3. Must always go north. I do not see any other dead ends. So, this is 3 or higher. And it's at most 4. Because it cannot join that. So this is 3 or 4. So this is at most 3. I'm not sure how that helps us. Ah, wait, there's size separation. Okay, so that means this can't be a 3. Because then this would force to be a 3. So this is exactly a 2. So that's a forced 1. So now there are dead ends that must expand. And this is at least a 2, so that's at least a 3, and it's forced to be a 3. And this can't be a 3, but it's larger than 1, so it's exactly a 2. This is a 1 or a 2. If it's a 2, it goes north. If it's a 1, it's done. If it's a 1, that's a dead end that must expand. And that would have to be a 3 or larger. And if it's a 2, then this has to be still a 3 or larger. So, okay, whether this is a 1 or a 2, this is always a 3 or larger. No, we'll see. This is a 1 or a 2. What else do we know? Well, we know this border exists. Because this can never happen. Because this is max 2. This can't be a 2. Could be other stuff. This is a maximum of 3 due to the geometry. And so therefore... well, therefore nothing. We know this is at least 2. But it can't be a 2 this way, but it could be a 3. So if this is a 2, it goes north. And if it's not a 2, it can't be a 1, then it's a 3. Either like that or higher. So that means it always goes here. There's no way it can... we cannot do this. Because this would be forced. So we must do that. So now that's at least a 3, and that's at least a 4. And I think we cannot draw this, right? Yeah, we can't, because then we create a cycle, which is not possible. So we must do this. And it's at least a 4. Even if it goes there, it still goes there. So that's now a 1. And this is gonna force a 5 or higher into one of these sides. Can we force a 5 or higher here? We could. Okay. What else? So... If these join, then they're exactly 3 because they couldn't... No, they could get out. Never mind. Let's see, if we... This is at least a 2, but can it be a 2? No. If this... So, if this wanted to be a 2, it couldn't join west, but it also couldn't join east, so this can be a 2, so it's at least a 3. Now, it could be a 3 joining this way. If it joins this way... If it doesn't join this way, then it's at least going this far, which is fine. But it could also just join this way and not go that way. So we don't know. Well, let's think about this. Can this go here? Can this be a 5 or higher? Like I said, I think it can be that. So, who cares? So nothing forced there. Dang, I'm stuck. I don't see the next move. Ah, sorry. These are separate. My bad, I did not see that. Oh no, sorry, it's max 3, not minimum 3. Max 3. No, but wait, this is minimum... Wait, this is... Wait, what am I doing? Why did I expand this? Oh, because it's at least 2, and it can't be 2 like that? No, it's not at least 2. Why did I do... What is this squiggle? Squiggle means maximum. Did I just draw squiggle? Dude, what are these notes? Delete this whole shit. This is 2 or higher. Hold on, let me go back. Okay, what's going on here? No, this is at most 3. That is a correct note. This is a correct note. It's at most a 3. This is at least a 2. So I don't know why I drew a squiggle there. It's at least a 2. This is at least a 3, and this is at least a 4. None of those needed a squiggle. This is at least a 3. Can't be a 2. Okay. These notes are fixed. And these cannot join. Because they both inequalities see this, so they can't both see this as well. And this is at least a 3. Okay. Now this is at most a 3. If it's a 3, this is 4. Because they can't be the same, 4 or higher. This is at most a 5. So it's 4 or 5. So this is 3 or 4. I could use the squiggle there, but whatever. 3 or 4. So this is at most a 3. So it's 2 or 3. And this has to be less than that. So it is at most a 2 now, in fact. So it's 1 or 2. Okay. 1 or 2. Now if it's 1, then this is 2 or 3. And if it's 2, then it's picking this up. So this is never a 1. It's either a 2 with that, or a 2 or 3 alone. So either way, it's a 2 or a 3. Okay, let's see. This one cannot go there, because we know it's at most 4, and if it goes there, this has to be 5, which it can't, so this happens. And so now this is a maximum of 4. It can't join that. It could pick those up. It's a maximum of 4, which means this can't go there, because this would have to be 5 or higher, but this only has access to at most 4 tiles. So this must happen. Now this is a 2. If it goes here, this is a 3 or higher. Sorry, this is at least a 2. If it goes there, this is a 3 or higher, and this happens. If it doesn't go there, then anything is possible. This is at least a 4, and now it is exactly a 4. So this now cannot be a 4, so it's a locked 3. This now cannot be a 3, so it's a locked 2. This is now a locked 1. So this now is not a 1, and it's less than that, so it's a locked 2. Let's lock those things in. This is at least a 3, because it can't be a 2. Or a 1. This is now a locked 1. That goes there. So that's 4 or higher. That's a locked 2. That's a locked 3. That's 4 or higher. Even if it picks this up, it still has to go this far. Now it cannot pick that up, and it must go there. This is now at most a 3. We don't need that. What else? Oh. This is 5 or higher. And this is at least a 3. So 5 or higher must always go there and there. And it cannot go here. So this now can't be a 1 or else that repeats. So it has to be this. And over here, this cannot be a 3, because it would see another 3. So it's a maximum of 2. It's a 1 or a 2. But it cannot be a 2, because it would force that to be a 1, and this would have to be at least a 2, but it can't join, so 2 2s would see each other. So this must be a 1. So now this cannot be. Well, we knew already it's at least a 2. And this now is at least a 2, but it can't go south, or else 2 2s see each other, so it must go west. And now this can't join, so it must be a 1. Done. Alright, any other puzzles hiding around here? That is completed. Let's take a good look around. I don't know, but I don't think there's much left, so let's do the boss. Range 2 to 6. Mismatch! Oh no! Oh no! I'm seeing a trend here. The previous boss puzzle was also a mismatch mega boss. And here we go again with the tetrominoes, pentominoes, and this time they say you can have size 6 polyominoes. So that's gonna be fun. Ay, ay, ay. Well, is this gonna be a continuing trend? Like, is the next boss gonna be up to 7? Size 7 polyominoes? Alright. So, dead ends. This is at least a 2. That's at least a 2. Now, over here. 3 plus. 3 plus. 3 plus, 4 plus. This is 2 plus, therefore this is in fact 3 plus. Okay, wait. I should have started here. So that's 2 plus, so this is 3 plus. That's 3 plus, that's 4 plus, 5 plus. Dude, the paintbrush is too thick for these large boards. 3 plus, 4 plus, 5 plus, 3 plus, 4 plus, 4 plus. Okay. Here we have 2 plus, 3 plus. And any other sequences? Yes, here 3 plus. And here 3 plus. And here 3 plus. I think that's all the sequences, right? Okay. Now, this is... There is a sequence between this region and this tile, so they cannot join. And similarly, there's a sequence between this tile and this region, so they cannot join. And again, here, these two tiles are the same region seeing these inequalities, so this must happen, and same here, this must happen. This is at least 2, so it expands. Okay. Now, mismatch is putting pressure on all the small tiles. So this. All of these tiles are under pressure because they cannot all be... Ah, sorry. Everything I drew is off by 1. Ah, sorry. I forgot that minimum is 2, so it's actually 2, 3. Okay, let me delete all the numbers. So 2, 3 minimum, 4 minimum, 5 minimum, 6 minimum, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, no, 4, 5, 5, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. I might regret writing these in a moment because only only 1 2 is possible and only 2 3s are possible, and they might already be forced somewhere. We'll see. 2 3 4. 2 3 2 3, whatever. I'm not gonna do those single pairs. All right. So this has to get out. This has to get out. And this has to get out. And this cannot go there. This is a sequence between them. So no matter what, it must go to that tile. It cannot avoid that tile or else it breaks. So this happens. Okay. Now we know only 1 2 is possible and only 2 3s are possible because of mismatch. Okay, so that's a dead end. We have to keep our eyes heavily peeled for dead ends. Oh. Wait. Yeah, so let's just draw that in before I forget. But also, look, 6 is max. That's minimum 6, so it is locked 6. And that's at least 5, and it can be 6, so it's locked 5. Locked 4. Locked 3. Locked 2. So that's not a 2. Less than 4. Locked 3. Now we delete all the numbers because they'll be wrong in a sec. Or they need to be updated in a sec. So locked 2. And locked 4. We have both 3s now. So now the new minimum everywhere else on the board is now 4. So 4 locked, 5 locked, 6 locked. 4, 5, 6. Whatever, I'm obscuring the inequalities, but it's fine. 4, 5, 6. Maybe I just don't circle them. And I make sure to write a squiggle when they're not locked. And we can delete these because it's fine. Let's just keep notes on the ones that are not yet locked in as a region. 4, 5, 6. Here it's 4, 5, 5, 6. 4, 5, 5, 6. 4, 5, 5, 6. 4, 5, 5, 6. I just have to be careful because I can't write those notes for anything that could still connect to one of these incomplete 3s. Those 2 incomplete 3s are the only ones, though here it's not the case. This is 4, 5, 6 because the 3 can't connect there. And even if it could, it wouldn't work. 4, 5, 5, 6. 4, 5, 5, 6. 4, 5, 5, 6. And here. Okay. So this cannot join either of those. That's locked. That's now still 4, 5. Goes that way. No longer care about it because it's a locked 5. I'll just delete the notes as I go out of anything that is locked 5. Let's remove the circles to ease the clutter. That's 5, 6. Let's update the notation. Okay. So This cannot avoid that because it can't join here, so it must go there. The 2 is done, so this can't be a new region here, so it must join red or orange, but it can't join red because it would be 6, so it must join here. Okay. This can join either orange or red, so we don't know. Alright, this at most 4, 5, 6. That has to get out, not the same as that, and it's not a 2 or a 3. So it's... well, we don't have to write that in. It's 4 or higher, we know that. We just have to be careful with these 3 tiles and with these tiles. These are the only tiles that could still be a 3. This is 4, 5, 5, 6, 4, 5, 5, 6. Let me just double check the inequalities one more time to make sure I didn't mess up. 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 5, 6, 4, 5, 5, 6, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 4, 5, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 5, 6, 4, 5, 5, 6, yes, 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 correct, correct, although this could be nicer. Alright, I think all the notes are fine. All right, so let us proceed. Let's look at this tile. That tile cannot be a new region. It has not enough space. It must join either this orange or this red. Also, let's keep a tally of completed Tetris pieces. So these are the possible Tetris shapes. And this is done over there. Let's color completed shapes in light blue. All right. Okay, so let's think about this 3 for a sec. So either it's a 1x3 like that, or if it's not a 1x3, it couldn't isolate this if it's not a 1x3. So it could either be that or that. It cannot be this. So it's either this or this or this. There's no overlap between those, so we know nothing. Though we do know that if it goes here, it cuts this off, and this would have to... well, not much is forced though, so we don't know. Okay, how about this? This has to always go there. And that's all we know. Okay, this though. This is under pressure. Because it must be exactly these tiles. Point is, it must always go there. If it doesn't, it has not enough tiles. And now the 4 is forced like this. So now this only sees 3 more tiles. It must pick them up. This happens. This now has to be the 1x3. So the 3s are done. Another Tetris piece is done, which is the SZ. So we have 1, 2 out of 5. Those 2 remain. Then we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for size 5. So let's color completed 5s in dark blue and completed 6s maybe in green, so that we can look at them at a glance. All right. So this can only belong to that. And this we cannot draw this, can we? No, we could, because this can still join that. But the point is, both of these tiles must, oh, also, wait. This, look, this. So that's now a 5. So that's now a 4. Ah, hang on. How many locked 4s do we see? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 locked 4s, and we only have 3 available, so these 2 must join. They can only join like this, because they must go through this passage and pick themselves up. So this does a lot of work actually across the board, because now, first of all, the L is done, so we only have the 2x2 and the T. And this can be the 2x2, so this is. And therefore that's the T. And it cannot go that way because it breaks, so it has to be the T this way. And the dead end can't be the one that sees 2 orthogonals, so it's the 1x3 dead end, so that's done. So all the size 4s are done, which now does a lot of work everywhere with our nodes, because now the new minimum has just become 5. So we can delete all of these and update the minimum to be 5. 5, 6, 5, 6, 5, 6. This we don't know. Neither do we know this. We do know these. Okay. I hope I didn't make any mistakes there. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Correct. Correct. These we don't know. Okay. So anyway, this is 6, that's 5, so this happens. That's a locked 5, let's color it dark blue. And now this is a locked 6 like that, green. I guess let's color all the blue. All the 5s we're starting as blue, all the 6s we're starting as green. Okay, so these are locked, so we don't need the notes anymore. Or here. These 2 tiles have to belong to this, so that's done. And this has to get out. Can't join there or there, so it's done. Dark blue. This has to do this. This has to get out, and it can't join those. So it's this. This always goes there, because it can't avoid that. And then it must also pick this up and these. I suppose let's highlight the... Sorry, I was wrong when I said let's Let's only color dark blue and dark green on the completed shapes so that the incomplete shapes stand out. And the reason I like the complete shapes to be color-coded is so that at a glance I can see what shapes we have already done from each size. This has to get out. And let's look at this. It's being warded by these. So it must either join here or get out here. It could still join there. That is still a possible shape. Whatever this is at least a 5. It has to at least go there. And did we do that 5 already? Yes, we did, see? So this can't be a 5. It must be a 6. This has to get out. This has to get out. This must always go there, and now it must pick these up. And it still must always... No, it must not always go there, but is this shape possible? Dark greens, it is possible. But I must always pick this up. It cannot avoid that or else it isolates it. So this happens. Now, is this shape possible? No, it's not that one. So either of those shapes is possible, but either way, this is a new region. And that new region actually cannot pick this up. It can only go this far. So, yeah, this can't not... Yeah, sorry. This is not possible. We cannot isolate that. We must do this. These are completed, so we don't need the notes anymore. So, this is at least size 5. So this happens, and that 5 is already done, so it's a 6 like this. And now this 5 has to be that. So here, this 6... we cannot draw this. These can be 2 separate 6s, not enough room, so they're together. And out of these 3 tiles, they have to pick 2 up. And this is always one of those 2. And we already had the cross, so it couldn't be that 6, so it must be this 6. Okay. So this is this 5. Alright. Cool. How many 5s is this so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 5s out of 12. Alright. This 6 can avoid that. And in fact it must. Because if it tries to pick that up, it will have to isolate the tile. So it has to be specifically this. Okay. This must escape. All right, what else? Through pattern recognition, I'm feeling these 5s cannot be together because now they still need 2 more tiles. This couldn't be one of them because it would force this shape. And then we're left with this. It couldn't be that. And it couldn't be that. So we know these 3 5s are not together. So there's at least 2 different 5s between them. And there is... This has to join one of them. So whichever this joins, it doesn't join the other. But it couldn't be that. It could be this, however. Or that. But either way, it seems like this has to belong to a 5, because if yeah. Because if that doesn't belong to a 5, then these 5s are together and that breaks. So this point is the 6 can't pick that up. I don't know if that's acceptable logic, because it's a bit brute forcey. But I'm gonna use it, because if Lunark is gonna give us a mismatch puzzle, where you have to keep all the shapes that have showed up in mind, then I'm gonna go ahead and use pattern recognition. I'm sorry. Also, look at this, by the way. This is so cool. Pretty nice. Really nice puzzle setting. Alright, so now this has to get out. And what? And I don't know. Okay, well, this 5 is interesting, because we know this 5 could not connect to that, right? Because, yeah, these two are different 5s. This joins one of them, and the thing is that even if this doesn't join yellow, red has to go that way. And if it does join yellow, red has to go that way anyway. And the red still has to go here. That's still 4. So red still has to always go at least here. And so now red is forced to be a particular shape that has not showed up before, so that's fine. This has to get out. And it cannot join purple, so it goes there. Okay. So purple is at least 5, and it's now forced to be 6, like that. Now this 6 always has to go there, because it has to get out somehow. And this tile can belong to the 5. Same for this, same for this. So all of those tiles also cannot form a new region in here that doesn't connect to one of these two. So all of them, since they can't connect to the 5, must connect to the 6. And the 6 now needs one more, this or that. Both shapes, neither shape has shown up before, I believe. I don't see this anywhere. Neither do I see that anywhere. This yellow 5 has to get out. It could join orange, or it could avoid doing so. We don't know yet. Or do we know through blue? Through blue shapes? No, we don't. Okay. So what else do we know? Ah, it's interesting. So if this joins here, then it couldn't join there and it must join there. And that shape is possible. On the other hand, if these don't join, then things are still... Ah, wait. I think these two always have to join, because look, if they don't, then some bad things get forced upon us. Namely, not enough space. So what is the other way to see the insufficient space? Well, we can see that this has to be at least a 5 and it cannot connect to either of these 5s. So I'm trying to prove the fact that these two 5s always have to join. Oh wait, by the way, because this has to get out, it forces this. Okay, never mind. Sorry. It was much simpler than that. It was much simpler than that. Alright, but still, I can prove that they have to join. Because if they don't join, I can prove it without the bifurcation. And I can prove it through arithmetic, I believe. Because let's look at these two 6. So look, right now there are 10 tiles remaining. If these two 5s don't join, then they each need to claim 3 out of 10. So that's 6 out of 10. So 4 tiles would remain free. Neither 6 could sustain itself with just 4 tiles, but there are 3 tiles that a 6 could pick up. So if both 6s could join to pick that up, it would work, but they can't both join because they're too far. In fact, this 6 can't even pick that pink up, so we simply don't have enough tiles if the two 5s don't join, so they must join. And now they cannot be this shape because we already had that, so they must be this. Okay. And so now, how many 5s have we had? 2, 4, 6, 8. So this could still be a 5, this pink. And in fact, let's go ahead and look at this. We have 12 tiles remaining. Could we have only 5s and 6s are possible? Could we have any 5 in those 12? The answer is no. Because the moment we have one 5, we would have 7 tiles left over, and that cannot be satisfied. So this 12 must consist of 2 6s. We don't know if these two 6s are separate. They could still be the same. But we do know that this is a 6. Okay. Now is the part where we have to look at green to see what shapes have transpired. First, let me ask, can red join purple? If it does, it cannot isolate that. And in fact, it couldn't do that anyway, so it would do this. And then, is this shape possible? Yes. Hang on. Is there a cleaner way to do this? I need 2 6s filling that shape without repeating. Do I just have to brute force through it? I feel like Lunark is telling me yes, brute force through it, so let's do it. If we do this, it couldn't be that because this shape repeats. It couldn't be that because of isolation. Could it be these two? No, because this shape repeats. So red and purple cannot join. Could yellow and purple join? No, because they're too far apart. So red and purple are 2 unique colors. There are only 2 colors in here, so yellow must be red because it can't be purple. So we know this. So now, because of that, this has to be red, because if it's not, purple gets cut off. Same thing here. Or seen another way, this red has to join that through this tile. And this is isolated, so it must pick it up. This can't be purple. And now, have we had this shape before? Yes, here. So that's purple. And now purple must go this way. And that must be red. And we're done. That wasn't too bad. That was pretty straightforward, in fact. Pretty much every step was clear, I think. So yeah, I don't know why the last boss puzzle was a real struggle. Where was it? This one. Yeah, this one was so tough compared to this. Maybe I just missed something. Alright. Nice. So now a new beacon is awaiting us. What are the awaiting mechanics? Let's see. Watchtower counts how many regions are touching the clue. Bricky, there cannot be a point where 4 borders meet. That seems very interesting. I know I mentioned that last time I looked at it as well. Difference indicates the difference between the areas of the regions. Okay, so we are going deeper and deeper into the area size mechanics, region size, arithmetic. Pretty cool. But I'll explore breadth first rather than go deeper this way, I think. So we're gonna go here and here in the next 2 videos. And that, I think, will be it for now. I'm gonna have to go stitch the videos together because I recorded this in 3 separate sessions. Alrighty. And I like the art here and here. Really cool. And then here we actually have some windows that remained intact. And look at this one, that's so beautiful. I love it. Too bad I can't zoom in further. Dude, you know what? You know what would be really cool, although it would it would make, like, let me try to explain this. So in the most recent patch notes, they mentioned that they could cut some corners with the graphics optimizations, or I guess they could do some graphics optimizations that cut some corners on certain areas of the world that are not visible to the player due to the isometric view. But what I was just thinking is, wouldn't it be cool if when you finish the game, you get to walk through the world in first person? Kind of. Like, because right now I can't really zoom in. So, like, wouldn't it be cool if after you have found and solved every puzzle in the game, including all the hidden ones, that then the camera wouldn't be locked to isometric view as well, and you would get to actually zoom in and explore the world? But then all this optimization would mean that you would actually be able to see those parts of the world that you couldn't before, and then maybe these optimizations that Lunark just did would mean that those areas that you could see will look ugly, or, you know. So maybe not. But anyway, something like that would be cool. So that's all for now. We are at 689. Alrighty. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.